Good morning, everybody. I am going to get some coffee. I'll be right back. Hello. Boom. Here I am. It is I. What's up, guys? I was a sleepy pickle, but now I'm awake. And look, we're up, as expected. Hope I feel rested. Well, I still got about the same amount of sleep. Um, yeah, still got about the same amount of sleep. Well, we had a nice little uptrend there for a second. Barely any volume traded it open here. SPY, hard run up into open, and then I don't know if that's recovering or crashing. It doesn't look good. Can I pick up a few of these? Two of those? No. Hmm. Yeah, that's from last week. There. That's gonna be the lowest volume opening in a long time. It's definitely close. What kind of coffee do I like? Espresso. New chair? No. Why do people keep asking me that? It's the same shitty chair. Just tagged you on the Twitter in a post. Twitter? Something. Oh, MACD line cross above signal. So I don't think did the MACD actually cross over? Because it wasn't crossed over yesterday. Not actually. Oh shit, it did. Yeah, because we opened up. That's why. Yeah, so MACD crossed over. It's still just a trailing indicator, though. It just means we're entering a period. That period could also have no volume or volatility. It should. It should be a period of increasing volume and volatility. Let's see if it holds. If we drop back down, it's gonna uncross. It's because yeah, it's trailing. SPY gonna do the downy thing anymore? Probably. It's already dropping. If you guys didn't know, fucking Bitcoin went up like 10% yesterday. ATP reporting it did. Well, I mean, it has currently. We're gonna hit 200,000 shares before lunch. I can feel it. 0.72 pumping the crypts. I don't know. Probably not. It was like $100 billion flowed into Bitcoin this weekend. That's more than any of the funds that we're talking about. What's up, Pantheus? BTC smells sketchy. Elon needs to go to space and leave his phone home. Yeah, I wouldn't trust it. Might be the nice final shoulder to that Wyckoff distribution, however, right? The last spike. As we expected a return to 40,000 before it drops off. Elon Musk, happy birthday, Garrick. It's not my birthday. But thank you. I appreciate that, Elon. What are you doing in Europe? Okay, that weirds me out because I feel like you've donated to me before in US dollars. It's up 2K in 60 seconds. Yeah. I saw. I mean, it could be Septimus. If Amazon started accepting Bitcoin, it would definitely cause it to spike. I believe that. Thankfully, I was already out of my short Bitcoin contract long before this happened. Started it on Friday. Oh, awesome, dude. Good news. Not very exciting over there today. Interesting. I don't know who my wealthiest viewer is. I would probably go with Elon Musk. I found our collapse, and now I need MOASS to happen so I can be a prepper. No, you don't. Stevie. I know preppers, they tend to just own a bunch of non-perishable goods that they don't really need to own. And they'll have go bags and like gold hidden in their floor. You know when your friends get really high in high school and then they're like, "Oh my god, guys, the cops are going to find us. Don't tell my parents this happened." Um that's what preppers are. But the adult version. I know some of you are preppers. I know you feel insulted right now. Preppers will have the last laugh. Or they'll just make a discovery show about them if they haven't already. Gold seems like it's not really anymore. There's things more valuable than gold nowadays. Like rare earth metals. Most of your viewers are preppers. Crayons' latest DD is an interesting conclusion on the GME shorting situation. Dude, I still haven't read the one from last week. So where can I buy bars of lithium? So it's the apocalypse. What's up, guys? Good morning. Yep. Melvin did in fact close by transferring to Citadel? No, they fucking didn't. How do you transfer a short position without covering it? You can't just transfer short positions to people. Unless he's found some way that this is possible. I should order some fucking breakfast. You're right. But I'm not gonna. I'm just gonna drink coffee. All the in the money calls, apparently. What? How's this? Why don't one of you guys donate me a call and tell me how that works? I'd like a 180 for this Friday, please. Heard of a controlled short squeeze? I mean, I've heard of them being manually traded, which I mentioned in my exit DD from months ago. You can have some of the ones that expired last week if you like. Citadel is a bona fide MM, so they can provide liquidity for sold calls, not verbatim. No. I've noticed this theme lately in DDs where they're like, hold on. I'm gonna ensure that this is set up before I start drawing shit. There we go. Where they're like, oh, the money starts here, and then poof, here's the money. This is not how financial instruments are moved around. There's no magicking them into other places to fit your thesis. If you guys are writing DDs, stop that. It's annoying. I don't want to read about it. You get like 3 paragraphs into some DD. And then they start moving money around worse than the mob. Love the cover page. Good morning, man. Spy down, G me up. Spy's pretty flat, but yeah. Top comment on Crayons new DD is the guy who actually wrote it, linking his original post. Unsurprised. Crayons DDs are good and well thought out. I mean, apparently not his DD. Oh, I don't like that. I don't really have a problem with Crayon, but if that's true, that's fucked up. Don't rehypothecate other people's DDs, guys. Think of your own original thoughts. I read your post yesterday and enjoyed it. Well, thank you, Blueberry. I read your comment and enjoyed it. We're even. Imagine if Jimmy had some volume. I know, right? How cool would that be? Why is this open? Go away. No 182.5 ramp. No, not really. Remember, we closed last week above 180, right? So the 180 calls would have been sold off. Now, if they dip us to like 175, we'll see more of these come in. And then most of the rolled gamma ramp is around 200. They usually build that up in the later part of the week as options become significantly cheaper. Cold brew is disgusting. Don't drink it. The wedges you made in your exit DD are different, more of a right triangle than those wedges you made with the BBBY clip. On what basis you draw them exactly? I've got over this on stream before, Mohammed. You'll either get a flag, a pennant, or a wedge, right? A pennant is more of a right angle. Wedges will have, so on a pennant, you have the same low, and lower highs, but the down ticks are consistent. On a wedge, you'd have lower lows and lower highs. And on a flag, you would have lower lows and lower highs. Wait, right? Hold on. Lower lows and lower lows and lower highs. On a pennant, you have. Wait. Hold on. I haven't had coffee yet. So flag, wedge, pennant. I'm depressed. I have lower lows and lower lows. Or lower lows and lower highs. Hating cold brew is where I draw the line. Unsubbed, unmembered. Later, Horace. Enjoy your life and your cold bean water. Guys, you cannot extract the volatile compounds from coffee without heat, as a lot of them are oil. What happens to oil when you put it in cold fucking water? What do you call a wedge with a flat top? Still a wedge. So if you have, like, are you referring to this? Like that? That's called an ascending triangle. And the opposite of that would be a pennant. Oh, look, we're still going up. How much can we go up on no volume in one day? Well, no, a descending triangle, which doesn't. You have a descending wedge, and descending wedges move like this. So they're like, but they're not flat on the bottom. Pennants are flat. So pennants have the same low with lower highs. A descending wedge is a continuation pattern. So generally the place it enters from, so it enters to the upside, it'll break to the... Wait, if it enters from the top, it'll break down. If it enters from the bottom, it'll break up. Ideally, I don't really use descending wedges that way, but that's how you'd use them on an intraday. I don't like low time frame technical analysis like that. It tends to be inaccurate, but that's the theory behind it. 35K shares available to borrow today. Bullish. So no shares available is what you mean. Is there a chance that the volume is really that low? Yeah, there is. You're looking at it. Well, today would be T plus 21 for FTDs. Last time we didn't see any movement. That's not how FTDs work. T plus 21 from what? What are you guys anchor? What's that being anchored on? Since so much of the transactions are routed through dark pools, I mean, most likely, if you buy one stock, right, they will wait until other retailers have bought 99 more, and then they'll just put it through as an order. I'm not telling. I'm smart. All right, Ryan, pretzel tits. I believe that DD was from RC's original buy-in August. That's arbitrary. Why would fail to deliver start on the day he bought in? Yes, all hail VWAP. What does VWAP mean? Google it. Transfer already cleared. Literally initiated Friday morning, completed this morning. Awesome, dude. Make sure that you get in touch with Fidelity and ensure that your shares aren't being lent out after you transfer, guys. Sometimes they are available to lend, so make sure they didn't do that. What does Investopedia mean? VWAP means love. VWAP means life. What's the current number for SPY to get back to its up channel? It's fucking way off, let me tell you. For today, it would have to cross 445.50 pretty strongly. Currently, it's trading sideways, so we'll see how that pans out. Seems to be having a hard time with 440 or 440. VWAP means family. VWAP means no one gets left behind. Any thoughts on the NSCC 010, basically a security version of RRPs? Cover the stock market crash and isolating GME squeeze, also volume capping the squeeze. Well, how do you deal with an event that would create massive debt? Silver reserve. I kind of touched on this on Saturday, sort of before this information came out, but I feel like this kind of reaffirms this theory. You would just get like big ass loans, right? You get big loans. Oh, that's not how you spell loans. Fucking Epic. Goddamn shit, Epic Pen. You get big loans, and then you bundle them all together into collateralized debt obligations. And then you have the Fed pick up the tab, right? That's how I do it. So you get some nice, like, GME war bonds. I read DD on RGME. SK. It sounds like bullshit, man. What you're seeing right now is market makers buying back the synthetic shorts that they created to hedge options last Thursday. Prediction from last week, 7 trading days, August 2nd. GME will be... I didn't say it'll be 340 a share. I said it'll test 350. Listen to the words that come out of my mouth, Dr. Feelgood. Fucking better, too, because I have some kind of out-of-the-money options right now. CDOs. Yeah, CDOs fun. Stop ruining the plot of The Big Short. Oh, wait. Breaking down out of the wedge? Which wedge, Josh Reynolds? No. Unless you've drawn your own tiny wedge. Have you drawn your own tiny wedge somewhere that we've broken down out of? It doesn't even look like the wedges that are on the screen. So, I mean, that wasn't really one, but sorta. We've broken up from this one and this one. Do apes influence the price at all? No, not anymore. If you're buying like 5 to 10 shares a week, I mean, you're not really like driving the market, right? We're raising the floor, right? If we look at that volume weighted VWAP, retail's buying enough that keeps going up very steadily, but slowly. Are they out of bullets yet? Well, they've never had any, so. My electric bill's running on those options. No. Retail orders don't really affect the price because there's not that many of them. Has anybody considered that? Like, we see retail orders flow in on the lit exchange. It's just like not a lot of them. I know you guys all think that you're out there just spending millions a day on GameStop, but it's probably closer to like hundreds of thousands. And that dies off, right? Like people already own most of the GME they're going to buy, right? Unless new people come in. I will say that the news sentiment is shifting greatly in our favor, which can bring a whole different class of investors. I'm just trying to nip this shit in the bud before I have to answer questions about it all day. I'm not trying to condescend to anybody or be condescending towards anybody. It's just a simple misunderstanding of a lot of bullshit that gets posted on Reddit. I'm sure there's a lot of people that own it and are holding it, but buying and holding a stock does not raise the price, right? The buying part does. But when that comes in at a slow trickle, you know, that's kind of like how, right? That's how institutions buy in so they don't raise the price, is they buy a little bit over a long period of time, right? And that way the market at large will affect the price more than they're buying into their position. What's my opinion on ramen? It's delicious, but very salty. I fucking love ramen. I'm gonna buy some today. You know what? Condescending wedge. I'm not saying you're poor, but like I think the periods of FOMO are. I mean, like you can look at that weighted VWAP from February, and you can see when we had FOMO, and when people were just steadily buying over a long period of time. It's really obvious. The charts don't lie. Everyone else can lie to you, but the charts will always tell you the truth. You just have to know what to look for. Your wife can lie to you about her boyfriend. The shorts can lie to you about their position. Now, is there fuckery occurring? I'm sure. I just don't. Yeah, someone's buying in. It's market makers. This is expected price action for today. Market makers have about 1.5 billion in near the ask options to reduce their gamma exposure on from last week. Yeah, we're on the roller coaster. If we hit a price level, like if we hit 200 or climb above 200, we'll probably see more retail volume come in. Possibly some long volume. But 180, that's the average. So when we're trading at 180, that's the price that the market is deemed that GME trades at for the last 5 months. I'm a little energetic. I got like an extra 30 minutes of sleep, so they brag about who has the most expensive share. Alaska pension volume probably moved into through the options chain. We've been seeing a lot of like super deep in the money options come in, like calls, like at the $10 and $40 strike. And this is a great way to buy a position without moving the price up too much. It moves the price up a little, but not too much, right? Whereas, like when you're moving into a big institutional position that you plan on holding, or you're going long on a stock and you have a ton of capital, you want to get into that position slowly over time, right? Or you do it, if you want to get into it faster, you do it through the options market. DFE probably has more shares than the Alaska pension. If you guys could drop a like, it's a huge help for the channel, especially in the mornings. It like bumps us on the algorithm. I know you guys don't want more people in here, but I'd like it. Don't be so selfish. DFE owns Alaska. Yeah, it's possible in that Saculon. I don't know. We're trading at 185. We'll see if we bounce off of it or not. I could throw a resistance line up there if we're going to be chopping around this today. Hold on. Did you say algo? No. Do your long-term trend lines on the SPY intersect in the near future? Do you expect anything to happen when they do? So they do. That's usually a point of correction. It's kind of far out. It's like, out here in like September. But yeah, usually they'll that's usually a point of correction. Or it's supposed to be. That's usually like the winter correction. NASDAQ tanking, is this important? Is the NASDAQ tanking? I feel like it's not. The NASDAQ's up today. The Dow's down a little bit. I mean, the S&P is down a little bit too. Just not a lot. No, it looks like Powell's doing pretty well and propping up the market another day. Or just like, trying to avoid it tanking on a Monday. Any news on the Asian markets? I've read some things, but none of the information seems super reliable just yet. Remember when the market crashed at the beginning of the pandemic? That was fun to watch. It was. How very is that WAP? Very. Any sort of timeline for your DD now? We've discussed this. It'll come out when it comes out. Stop asking me about it, Ash. Um, every time a stock goes down, tanking, bro. Yeah. To be fair, I think a lot of those like tutoring organizations were overvalued anyway. Yep, that's correct, YMA. It's not de-hedging, but you can use that term. It's acceptable. It means what you want it to mean. Would you please postpone the publishing of your DD to the first day of MOASS? I might have to, but we'll see. Interviewing at a blockchain engineering firm today. Pretty pumped. Dope, dude.
Stupid laptop.
Oh. Phew. Phew. Ugh. Elliot Waves predict MOASS today. Hope all is well, dude. Just want to express on behalf of the community. Thanks, Carl. I appreciate that, man. Would it be right to say that if a DTCC member has a huge short position, other members would be forced to take their own short position to stop the chance of the original member being margined? I mean, they could. There'd be collusion, and unlikely as they're not going to let other people know about their position, right? As long as they can prevent it. So, no, kind of unlikely. The DTCC is not the UN of hedge funds, right? They're not trying to like create equitable terms across hedge funds. Hedge funds, one of their main goals is to destroy other hedge funds. That's not what Crayons said. Well, I don't care. That's what I'm saying. A lot of people can't wrap their heads around the fact that short hedge funds. So when you're short something, it's very important. That's why we allow people that are short to not disclose their position, right? Because if you're short something and people find out, they will squeeze you and buy up your liquidated assets at a discount. We need a debate between you and Kriand. I don't think so. I know, but they're not going to act equitably towards each other. What do you think about puts on Coke? It's historically a terrible idea. Good morning, Adam. So why hasn't BlackRock pulled the plug yet? Well, who said they haven't tried, right? Maybe some entities involved in a possible investigation have asked them not to. Hard to say. Maybe they're just not ready. Maybe BlackRock's got trillions in assets under management and they don't care that much. Maybe this isn't like BlackRock's play of the year. Maybe it's all the housing they're buying in the US. The tinfoil hatting is strong today. You know what it was? Is because there wasn't so much drama this weekend. So people got to really dive into the nitty gritty of speculative due diligence. Which is kind of it's an oxymoron, but no, I don't think that's even a consideration on the tax thing, Dave. Are you planning on retiring after MOASS? Probably. Up 80% on LCID already. Grabbed it first thing, and it's in the money. Nice. MOASS means more house buying competition for BlackRock. It's true. Crayons said it's all speculation anyway. Take it for what it is. A theory, not correct or incorrect. I mean, it's also apparently somebody else's theory, Mitch. Did you see the junk notes? I'm here to inform you that Pickles over the weekend made the decision to unionize with high-end retirement fund. During this meeting, it was decided that Cardi VBOP was elected vice pickle and Thickle was elected president. The first rule made was to provide Pickles headbands. I'll just get some scabs to come in and do the work. I'll start drawing stick humans. Their powers of unionized negotiation are lost on me. Thank you for the donation, though. What are your thoughts on the Irvin Finance trading platform that Lauer is developing? I don't have any because I don't know anything about it. It's not out yet. It's interesting, I suppose. It's just profiteering, though, right? Like, I don't know. There's different ways of looking at that. I think Cran's a smart kid that is trying to figure out the situation and looking for people with more market knowledge than him to tell him if he is onto something. That's a shallow puddle that he's trying to dive into. Pickles Rock isn't igniting this thing because when your enemy is distracted on one thing, you can, or else, yeah. I called a shill for defending him. Oh no. Not being called a shill. How have you survived? Are you going to keep streaming if the squeeze gets can kicked to 2022? Yeah, but I'm definitely going to add some different content if that's the case. Like, we're gonna start fucking day trading other stocks. I'm already getting bored with the volume. I need to do something throughout my day. Ooh, interesting. The VIX is up. Hello, VIX. See you there. There's a bunch of people calling him a shill because he makes money and has a job. It's fair. I think he gets called a shill because he's more realistic in his expectations. And people don't like it on, especially on Reddit. It's a very fine line to walk between uh confirming everyone's bias and, you know, presenting facts. What's on my day trading list today? I was looking into support.com. It looked interesting. I had some really interesting options action. I'm short Activision, but that's not really paying me. Everyone is a shill until proven differently. Said by a shill. Correct, Abel? Abel R. A shill until proven otherwise. That's the way that works. It's equitable. Hey guys, data pickle scientist here, pickle financial. Today we're gonna learn about stonks. I think people will fall into both of those categories, Snickers, no matter where they get their information from. Yeah, Activision had some really bad press recently, but it doesn't seem to be affecting their stock in any way. Can I shill too, please? Sure. See, and what I've noticed is that shills are just the people that say what people don't want to hear. A lot of times. That doesn't mean they're necessarily right, right? Activision puts were not even related to the bad PR. Well, they were also testing a low on a Wyckoff, but that could chop a little bit, possibly longer than my options are dated. So we'll see. How long have you been day trading? About 5 years, Abel. A little more now. 5.5. I get my payment options to show Overlord so I can get that Parmesan. What did I do before day trading? My job before day trading, I was a VP of logistics and inventory management. I was like under the COO at a distribution company. If you had to summarize in the most succinct way possible, what gives you the confidence the shorts haven't closed? It is not reflected in the data. Ace Spades. the data infers that they have not, and have only, in fact, increased their position. So you're doing 500. Didn't you say you worked at or with a hedge fund? I interned at one when I was in school for 2 summers. I did Tropical Thunder Splash. That sounds like fancy talk for pizza delivery guy. Sometimes I wish. I feel like that job would have been more fun. At least I would have gotten some stories. So just sitting in a room full of bins all day. Looks like I missed MOASS. No, it's just some consolidation after a very brief run up. We're still holding above like the 180 250 resistance, or holding at it. What was that environment like? It was boring as hell. It was a very boring job. It was a super easy job and very boring. Not rewarding mentally in any way. Financially, it was solid. Do you think we're way off from MOASS, or actually quite close? That's hard to say. We would have to test certain resistances to see if that's happening or not. Are trading halts normal? I mean, they happen. I'd say most days some stock is halted. What's your price goal for MOASS? I don't know. I don't have one. I'm just playing like the technical breakdown of the squeeze. Wherever it ends up, if I've determined peaks have formed, I'll be looking for exits. That could be at 8 million. That could be at 20 million. There's no, you can't just be like, oh, this is it, because it's not a static thing like that. 190, 225, 350, easy. I mean, depends on how fast this happens, AQ, but yeah. If you don't know how many shorts there are, how can you pick a price? Exactly. Will you confirm that MOASS happened after MOASS? Maybe. Your drops plus streams are next level. If your aim is to spread knowledge for the greater good of all holders, I'd recommend doing a brief DD to explain why the data shows they haven't closed. I've covered that repeatedly on stream, spids. And unfortunately, nowadays, it's harder for me to write long-winded DDs about facts that are pretty obvious because I just don't have the time, unfortunately. I'm at this like 7 days a week, probably in excess of 80 hours. It really limits my availability to do shit like that. But there are ways to prove that. There's no way to prove the size of their position, but you can prove that they haven't covered. And it's pretty obvious they haven't closed. I'm for high floors, but can the peak be under millions? I mean, maybe. That's not impossible. I think it will be. I think it'll be probably higher than that. I don't see how the price action would stop before it got that high. I guess if in some way the squeeze was interfered with, it's possible. That short involvement, what do you think the fair value of the stock would be right now? Probably somewhere in the range of like 400 to 500. Definitely over 350. Because doubters, shills, main contention is the data shows they have closed. We're doing more than anyone right now. It's just a suggestion. Yeah. I mean, I don't know where they get their data though. Like whenever I read those, like, oh, here's like evidence the shorts have closed. It's never evidence of that. I mean, the entire run up in January, which is where they say they closed their position, was shorted. All of it. It was shorted like net 10% a day. So 60%, 58 to like 62% short volume. Just follow the others. No, I'm not going to do that. Awesome, chicken tender daddy. I appreciate that, man. Anything crazy going on in options? Let's find out. A little bit. Some 195s being bought. Not a lot though, like 22 contracts. A bunch of 177.50 puts were bought. Like 256 contracts. Some 210s. Not a lot in the money. Seems like a lot of $200 calls were bought. I mean, calls are definitely it's definitely like the options chain looks bullish. 364 180 calls just came in. Yeah, and that's reflected here. This isn't a bear flag, by the way. This is maybe a massive head and shoulders, but not a. There's no bear flag. I mean, if you're talking about like these, there's really not enough volume for these to be considered bear flags. How does it feel to know you're a multi-millionaire and your bank accounts and catch up? Feels great. They just compare it to the VW short squeeze and say Look, the percentage upwards movement is basically the same, so they have covered. But there's so many differences between the VW short squeeze and GameStop. Even just the companies at fundamental levels, different floats, different amounts of short interest going into the squeeze. If the action is the same between the VW squeeze and the run up in January, first of all, we wouldn't be trading at fucking $180, right? Second of all, that means they could have covered 14. The VW squeeze was on 14% short interest. God damn. Epic pen. Ooh. VW squeeze, 14% SI. So even if that was the case, right, and they covered 14% of the SI in January, mimicking the VW squeeze, that would still leave at least 126% short interest, right? After the run up in January, which they've then doubled down on every single day since. Or not doubled down on, but added to. Shots, drink. Epic pen drinking game back in play. Board gamer, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate that. How we managed to set the floor in the millions? Because the short interest is so high, Muhammad. Most like historical short squeezes that you go look at are due to a lockup of the shares, right? So one entity has bought all the shares, or a company is being like delisted, or taken private, or there's a merger. Massive dividend. Overstock was like a crypto dividend. There's always some like event that causes them, right? And they're usually not that short. They're usually like between 8 to 16% short. GameStop, even AMC, we've had reported short interest above. I think, well, GameStop, we've had reported short interest above 140%. AMC, though, has hit like 30. So the shorting this time around, it's not the same, right? Fidelity's new beta desktop trading page is a lot of fun. Interesting. No conceivable way SI under 100. No. Also, there's evidence of what they've done with the FTDs, right? In the options chain. I'm not saying everyone should quit their jobs because we don't know when it's going to happen, right? We just know that it will. If you don't think it will, if the preponderance of evidence does not convince you, then walk away. Go do something else. You have months of the news media reporting about how the shorts have covered, and then like anytime we're due for a run up, they flip their entire position and they're like, the short thing at GameStop's still going on. Like, who was it this weekend who came out with some positive articles? I think it was Seeking Alpha. Does EOM have any significance? What the hell is that? I don't know what you're talking about, Mountaineer. Oh, end of month? Like the earnings? When is earnings? Do we have a date yet? No, I didn't read Crayons' latest DD. No worries, Snickers. I was gonna rant about it at some point anyway. Early September. 9-9. I mean, I don't think end of July is gonna really affect anything. Any developments here? Do you still waiting for validation? Yeah, still waiting. I told you guys it was gonna be a while, like a couple weeks, at least. Unfortunately, sometimes you have to wait for data. I also expect the expenses to be quite high for this quarter. They're expanding distribution chain, cost money to build. I mean, they entered a lease, but that doesn't mean they've made any forward payments, right? Mass spectrometer. That's the only news we've gotten is that they entered a lease for that Reno, Nevada facility. But we don't know if they've made any payments towards that or, if those payments are deferred to another quarter. Ideally, if we do expect inflation to increase, they would be deploying capital now as quickly as possible in order to benefit from inflation on their competition. If you guys could, please drop a like. It's a huge help to the channel. And a subscription if you want to see more of the content that comes out here. We're already at 600K volume. Yeah, they also exited 800 retail locations. Your next hat should say, haven't read Crayons' new DD. No, there's no such thing as bad press. I'd rather just not talk about it. Every day that MOASS is delayed raises the potential peak. But okay, that's not true, index fund investor, but it's a nice sentiment. For dealer volume and numbers, do you expect to see the run up to MOASS and MOASS itself? I expect the run up to be pretty low volume. The initial phases of it, at least. Ace spades. I would expect that to increase as FOMO comes in, and then just go through the roof if there's forced liquidation. Is Bo Burnham's content song too real for you now? It really is. Do you think we'll ever hear a real vote count? Absolutely not. I do. I know that they need to build their infrastructure and set up their supply chain. Where's the link for your explanation on how we know we are in MOASS and what to look out for upon exiting? Are you talking about my exit DD? It's pinned to my Reddit profile, JWH. I have a video on it also. Yeah, I always expected the initial like ascent into FOMO to be pretty slow. Just a steady increasing price over time. Just 30% pass it on. Activity will look like active DJD22. Very, very active. But MOASS is not going to begin or end during aftermarket hours. I mean, I guess it could begin, but it's not really going to take off. You still have to have participants, right? The issue with after hours is the lack of participants. Happy to be back. Moon soon. Possibly speedy. It looks like we're going to start another test of 185. God, the volume's dry. Why haven't all the other smaller... This is the only question I've heard that makes me doubt. If shorts haven't covered, why haven't all the other smaller funds hopped on board with GME? Okay, Shaggy Chip. I'm going to go over this for you and whoever else is kind of new in the chat. There is no incentive for them to own the stock long term. They can just buy into the squeeze, right? So any fund that wants to play MOASS or thinks it's going to happen can just buy in at 250 while it's running up, right? They don't need to buy and hold. They'll let retail do that. It's advantageous to them. They know retail's already doing it, right? They have access to the same data we do. It's very obvious on the charts if you look at like the weighted VWAP. Retail's not selling, right? They're holding the floor and buying more. So let retail expend their capital. An institution wants like liquidity, right? They don't want it all tied up in GameStop while they wait for MOASS to happen, right? They're just going to go invest their money elsewhere and then buy into GameStop when the run up happens. That's the difference between, you know, sitting on like 2 billion in funds and sitting on, you know, like a cashed out 401k. Is that they can afford to wait. Retail really can't. Retail's got to kind of buy and hold and build up their position, right? Shaggy Chip, beautiful explanation. Makes perfect sense. Thanks. No problem, man. Thank you so much for that donation. I appreciate that, dude. I still do not understand where the March 10th firepower came from, though. Can you explain like I'm 5 that for me? Well, all through February during that consolidation period before we bounced back up when GameStop was, peak oversold, right? That gave them a chance to build up borrowable shares in mass in order to suppress the next run up. It wasn't actually very successful, right? Like they beat us down from 350, but the floor of GameStop remained high since, right? Basically, we've been above 100 ever since then. Above, you can even say above like 150. Probably massive movement on the options chain, shorting vis-a-vis ETFs, and they deployed the attack all at once. What also assisted with that, Anthony, that drop was that people still had stop losses, and so they were able to accelerate. So the point of a short attack is that you short a stock until people stops trigger, right? Your goal is to create fucking epic pen. Your goal is to create fear, right? And at the time, people's confidence in GameStop wasn't as high, right? So people still had stop losses. They're like, stock was trading at 350. People were like, oh, like I believe in this, but I want to be safe with my money, right? So they had like a stop loss at 250. And stop losses, if they're set, they can see, right? It comes up on their level 2 data. And so what they did was they plowed the price of the stock into stop losses, then probably shorted ETFs and options on top of it, right? In the money puts. So they buy puts all the way down in the money to keep pushing the price down. And so with all those factors, you had this rapidly accelerating decline, right? And then we bounced. Like if we were up here at 350, we bounced back and went back down, and then we kind of stayed flat, and then we ran up again and went back down and stayed flat. I mean, but the floor never came back to where it started back here in February, right? Like we've been up here ever since. So they've never actually been able to push it down where they need to, which is to 0. Anticipating forced buy-ins this week due to net capital requirements. That and some other factors. I mean, I think we're starting to see some of that already play out today. It'll be stronger tomorrow. If we go back to, we got to like the 15 minute and go back to last Monday, which was what, the 19th? Was last Monday the 19th? Yeah. So last Monday we kind of ran up and then traded sideways and then ran up a little. And then Tuesday we had that big run up all the way up into the test at 190 before coming down into the end of the week. So we'll see if this week's a little more momentous. They dropped a little more money on options this time. So I expect we'll see something play out. I expect us to hold 180 or 180, 250 or as close to it as possible. My copy of Technical Analysis of the Financial Markets arrives today. Awesome. I'm actually going back. I found one of my old like journals from when I first started trading, and I have some more books for you guys that I'm gonna recommend soon. But that's a great place to start. Remember, take that book with like a grain of salt. You know, it's kind of dated, but it's a great place to just get a foundation. With all of these futures funds buying in, do they function like ETFs or can they sell off immediately? It depends on the type of fund. Some of them have, you know, requirements for how long they can be in something, but most of them are pretty flexible in their position. They can sell off. Irrelevant, might I add. It does not matter who paper hands. They simply, if anyone paper hands, they simply miss out. It does not stop the squeeze. There's no potential for that. What do you think about 224, 325, 426, 525? The pattern broke in June. Well, all patterns break when there's a 5 million share offering, right? I wouldn't say 426 was significant, though. Like, if you go back and look at it, it was pretty mediocre. And a lot of that was the announcement of the share offering ending. Can we get a spicy pull today? I'll think about it. Is 182.50 potentially gamma ramp territory again this week? No, they're going to build the gamma ramp up higher, right? So if the bulls are in fact doing what we think they are, and creating this like gamma trap every week, right? They're going to build it above the price action, out of the money, right? Because that's cheap. And they can build a much larger position out of the money than in it. Thank you for that 310 talk and only added to my resolve. You're welcome, man. Thank you so much for the donation, dude. I appreciate that. What's considered paper-handed? Sub 500K? Anybody who doesn't sell the peaks, Red Ranger. You seem as confident as always. Love to see it. With recent lack of good action, all the drama on SS, it's nice to get back to the reason MOASS is inevitable, and we just got to be patient. Exactly. So 7 kicks, here's the problem with looking into repeat patterns on a manipulated stock. When you're looking for an exact pattern to replicate itself, that gives an opportunity for the short hedge funds to use that psychology against you, right? So you can look at it and be like, oh, is this going to happen? You know, but don't be like, this is going to happen because it happened before. Like, use it more as a point of curiosity rather than a hook on which to hang your faith. Will time cause a margin call? It could, Orange Milo. There is a countdown on their position. We don't know how long it is. I mean, you have to remember, predatory shorting, when used effectively, takes years. It takes years for them to drive these companies out of business, right? They started doing this back in 2015. We are not dealing with some paper-handed bitches on the other side of the table. Now they're trapped, which benefits us. They're cornered. But they will hold as long as they can. It didn't happen on 6/24 because GameStop released a bunch of shares onto the market. The flatness of the SPY, increase in VIX seems really nutty today. They don't move inverse from each other, Green Andy. Frequently, if the SPY is down, the VIX will go up. But that's just because the futures market is volatile. That's what causes the VIX to go up is volatility, not upper. It can be volatile and go up, right? It can be volatile and go down. Volatility is not equal to price action. Nice run up for AMC. So yeah, AMC up about 8%. Not doing bad. It must be nice to have all that volume. We could technically form another shoulder and drop back to here. Our volume has completely died. So we'll see what happens. I think BTC was a short. You can't short squeeze Bitcoin. I don't think it was a short squeeze. I think that's what Yahoo said. Don't get your fucking financial news from Yahoo. Thanks, 7Kicks. I appreciate that, man. Is low volume good for us? No. No, everyone needs to stop hyping low volume. Low volume shitty. There's reasons for it. Most of them are the stock is illiquid and no one wants to buy in and jump the price. But no, lack of volume is bad for what we want, right? All financial news articles are this went and then you have up or down because of XYZ. This is like almost every financial news article you'll ever read. And they all have one thing in common. Two, actually. They're late. And wrong. 95% of the time. They're not necessarily FUD as much as they are misinformed, right? You've got, freelance journalists with liberal arts degrees writing about complex market mechanics. Obviously, you're going to end up with some incorrect answers, right? Low volume at the end of a cup and handle is a good indicator that institutional investors are done paper handing. It is. Balls on you. Mm. Ah. I see that, Greg. Taylor, my career calling is writing financial articles. I don't think it pays that well. What about Market Watch? They were early and right. So I've gone over what happened with the Market Watch thing, but yes, they were. There was a reason for that, though. Cup and handle is broken. Yeah, unless we move back into the pattern. But yeah, the low volume makes it less. Yeah, it's just like an unreliable indicator. Volume didn't pick up on it when expected. It's just there's better supporting indicators, and we moved on from that. Which you can check out in my weekly DD down below, or last week's DD, or any of the video DDs that I've done over the last couple of weeks since it broke. It was a nice double bottom. Two large companies in the USA are now switching to GME as an investment for pension funds. Some states have. I haven't heard of any corporate buy-ins or mutual fund buy-ins on GameStop yet. But I'm sure institutional ownership was pretty low going into the or the last 13F reporting, so I'm sure it'll increase, because there's definitely room for institutions to come in. There's no shares for them to buy, but there's room for them to come in. Do you see Netflix is releasing a GME documentary? Of course they are. I'm sure it'll be about how it all happened and went down and it's all over. I'm not really on board with the GME documentaries until MOASS happens, because the documentaries they make after that will invalidate the first ones. I've also heard that like Matt Kors is in it. Stocks have good news today, and down some, get share offering and up 50%. Crazy. Not me. Share offering and up 50%. Ooh, Activision's still coming down. Dip, motherfucker. So close to my cost basis. I forgot where the volume went on vacation with my ex. All I know is I watched a Matt Kors video this weekend for like 3 minutes, and he was crying about his channel getting taken down. And I laughed. I laughed at his tears. Ishimoku Cloud reliable on Gmail. It was like a full on beauty YouTuber like drama breakdown like audience connect video. It was the cringiest fucking thing I've ever seen. Is Ichimoku Cloud reliable on GME? No. Yes and no, Ryan. Prone to false signals, so not super reliable. You have to know what's I wouldn't recommend that indicator for people who are new to trading. It's tricky. I love it, but it's tricky. Jack Black for Pi-Fi. Oh, he did. D. Lauer was announced to be going on Core's broadcast. Ugh. They took him down because he didn't make a sales quota for Ape Fest. Is the daily DD in the comments wrong? It shouldn't be. Oh, the daily might be. Yeah, sorry. The weekly isn't. I forgot to Post in the daily. There we go. That should be updated now, Rufio. Rufio. I love it. We're saying 15K this week, right? 15K what? You should make a reaction video to his tears. I should. I mean, I'm sure they were real, right? He almost lost his like $200,000 a month. I'd fucking cry if I lost $200,000 a month in income. I'd be bawling my eyes out. Their strategy will be to buy out everyone we trust. Don't be surprised if they approach you too. I got an offer from like some trading fund that was like, hey, you want to come work our trading desk? And I was like, no, thank you. I don't think they really had anything to do with this, though. I think that it's more just like they want me to convince you guys to buy stocks that they're buying. And I'm not going to be a part of something like that. Netflix hired one guy. They're not trying to compete with GameStop. It's not even a similar business model. You have to show that camera up. Are small drops like today's from 186 definitely short tax? Or is that just resale? It could be day traders just selling. Like this could have been day traders. This was probably shorting. We see these volume spikes. I love how all our highest volume for the day is short. Also, like when the market makers have to buy in, right? They have to suppress that buy-in. It's a very tricky game they're playing. It's fun to watch, though. Dude, this is looking great. Oh my god. Purple. I like this purple. I'll lock it. Boom. This is way out of their league. I don't know what that means, Master Hedgehog. But both of the companies that you've named are much, much, much larger than GameStop. I just don't think they're competing on similar fields in any way. Is today T+5 or is it tomorrow or am I an idiot? The latter, man, 21343. Every day is T+5 from T-5 ago. It's about time the short hedge funds just give up. No, they're not going to do that. Why would they do that? For you? To reduce your irritation at having to wait? These Big Johnsons could be MOASS. You expect to bounce on Activision? I fucking hope not. I will be exiting my options near or around that point. It looks weak, so hopefully the sell-off continues. Activision down on what? Massive. Well, first of all, in the middle of a Wyckoff distribution. Second of all, like a massive sexual harassment suit brought by the state of California. I'm aware the MM has time to hedge, so it cuts buying power as it will hedge over a longer period. I mean, they have 2+2 from the closure of the contracts, especially if they're using synthetic shorts in order to hedge their position, which they probably are. According to the order book, if we hit 183.72, we'll rip. I don't know. There's a sell wall at 185. Sell side's got some. They're trying to hold the price down. Well, at least trying to keep it from running unexpectedly. I didn't say I would wear a different color shirt the day before MOASS. When did I say that? Little mobile games, exactly. Activision's due for a run-up when Battlefield 2042 releases in November. I must have missed it. Did you... Price look like ready to go to the moon. Okay. I mean, we're trading along VWAP, which is solid. That's good. Probably looks okay on the 5-minute, or a little better. $15. God, the volume's so low. It looks like we're coming back up. We're entering an uptrend. It's just very slow, but we're turning around. I mean, we've only traded like 100K volume in the last hour and a half, though. Yep, Vic, stock's still a liquid as hell. Battlefield's EA. That's what I thought. Isn't like Activision COD? Lighting is much better. Cool. When are you doing do another hot tub stream? Every Saturday, Jason. I got out of FPS when they all went pay to win. What was the prediction price action for today overall? I predicted today would either be kind of flat, maybe an upper test. And we already got the upper test. I expect most of the action to come in tomorrow. What, like the action for this week, I expect to come in tomorrow, as most of the contracts closed last week were closed on Friday, right? So Friday T+2. It's Tuesday. Stock market is technically pay to win. A little bit, yeah. I mean, you do have to pay. It's more pay to play than it is pay to win. But whales definitely have an advantage. Any price to trigger ramps or anything? Sorry, you completely probably went over this already. Currently the ramp's at around 200, but that'll lower. Like the start of the ramp at like 185 and 190 will pick up as we move into the week, right? Like if longs expect to run up tomorrow, they can buy 185 and 190 options tomorrow morning for end of week, making them cheaper, right? Because they don't have to pay that. Like they're not going to pay that extra day of theta. But well, that's the beauty, Ben Frank, is that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction, right? So if you short a stock, it then will have to go up at some point as well, right? You're going to have to cover that position. And so yeah, they would long attack us. It happened last week. We saw it last week on Tuesday. That was a long attack. Big investors aren't going to FOMO in until the price starts to go up. It's not getting high for retail FOMO. It's just getting high for us. There's plenty of people out there with plenty of money that are not invested in GameStop. Believe me. Did all the space travel affect the waves for Elliot? Probably threw him off a little bit. Were you not here last Tuesday, Greg Walker? I believe you were. But don't watch, just listen. Sure, man. Let's go to the 1 hour. So here's the short attack. And then here's the equal and opposite long attack, which slightly raised the floor. So we started here, ended up here. It's very easy to see it play out, especially at that time scale. I'll take you ignoring me as confirmation bias. Short hedge funds are all from Clemsucks? What? Looks like my 205 for 730 might be dead. Might exit and roll for a lower strike. I don't know if that's dead. I guess it depends on when you bought it, Adam. Yeah, nice voice. Thanks, Greg Walker. What's up, Bull? Where's the goddamn pickle? This isn't a pickle art channel. It's a stock channel. God damn it. More than a third of the S&P reports their quarter two this week. Hell, that look bullish as ever. Probably. Everyone's super overvalued right now. I don't think the market's gonna go down, you know, because of that. There's other factors. But overvalued companies are going to keep on being overvalued. So this is a cooking channel. could use another superhero pickle right now. I don't know what you're trying to prove there, Windillionaire. I know we were supposed to buy and hold, but something in the news makes my tummy hurt. Should I not buy and hold? That's up to you, man. I don't give a shit what you do. You're not supposed to do anything. If you believe in the thesis behind the stock and you think it's a good play or a good long-term investment, then buy and hold it. If you don't, fucking go do something else. I don't care. A lot of other people are. A lot of other people are buying and holding it. I know you're goofing. I was just showing my pickle collection to the folks who want to see. You too can have access to your own collection of the Pickle Hall of Fame by becoming a Cornichon. And that's really the only benefit of being a Cornichon. What's up, Vecna? My girlfriend's getting jealous because the only thing I've held for months is GME. I saw you boofed 5 pickles over the weekend, according to your tweets. Anyone got any flavoring ideas for macaroons this weekend? Oh, first of all, they're not macaroons. Those are coconut. Taryn, peanut butter and jelly is amazing. I had one of those recently. Pretty good. Lavender and lemon, fun combo. Chocolate coconut, also fantastic. And how am I supposed to get my army of 10-year-old penny stock traders? What? My son just made himself a chicken and Nutella sandwich. You're a bad parent, Lalu. Don't let him eat that. Smack it out of his hand. And be like, no. You go make a proper fucking sandwich. Spreading. You know how bad palm oil is for you? That's fucking disgusting. Ugh. Why? Is he like 4? If he's older than 10, you've done something wrong. I once bought salty cashew Nutella. How's that work? Nutella's made with hazelnuts. Someone calls CPS. He's 13. I pick my battles. That's the battle, Lalu. Eating a chicken and Nutella sandwich is only like one step down from like dropping out of college and working behind a Wendy's and becoming a Dan. No one wants that for their child. Super stoner. Yep, he's doomed. What's a Dan? You don't want to know. What's your opinion of chicken and waffles? Amazing. It is. If it's good, it's really good. I've had some really awful chicken and waffles. Like you can go some places and it's like a chicken tender on top of like an Eggo, but if you actually get real chicken and waffles, it's phenomenal. Yeah, Speedy, I know. The real American dream. Be rich enough that your children can be useless. The Dans would have a disgusting origin story. They do. It's over on Our Dillionaires, The Book of Dan, Part 1 and 2. Dan Almighty, maybe you should start jotting down like the qualifications for being a Dan and what it means to be part of the Dan hive mind. Are conditional orders good for selling on MOASS Day? Could be. It depends on what you have access to, but yeah, it's probably not bad. Conditional orders are limits are conditional orders. I still want the guy who does the Pickles Tickle My Pickle podcast to DM me. Preset triggers, I mean. That's what a limit order is. It's a preset trigger. And if you're talking about stop losses, that's another story. Stop limits are fine. Being a Dan, something I should ask my doctor about. I cover orders over in the exit DD. Sunny. Are you in Europe? Do you have like some of the European brokers have some weird names for their order types that I'm not super familiar with? Brief explanation on how to use a fib retracement indicator on a chart? Absolutely fucking not, Anthony. I will not support Fibonacci in the markets. Thank you, Han. Forgot the belt. We're gonna have a boring midday. We should talk about something that's not stocks, I'm guessing. No, why is it bouncing? Go back down. Down. Down, down, down. Google it. I just want to learn something. I'll teach you something. Fibonacci sequences and Elliott waves aren't the best technical analysis indicators. I don't care how much people love them. Generally, the people that try to sell them to you are just con artists. So, like, look at this. You put this here, and it shows you where the stock's going to go. Is there a way to make money on a commercial mortgage crash? Probably. I wouldn't know how, though. There's a way to make money on everything. I don't know. I've never played a commercial mortgage crash. You could go, like, long short on FAS, I guess. FAZ. That's like inverse ETF of financials. I'm sure the banks would get hit. Big banks. King Kodak always wins. I warned you on those puts. The dude bros eat ups. We'll see. I'm not out of the money yet. Or, well, I am, but I could exit now, but I still think it'll drop lower. What's on REITs? Yeah, if they're commercial. They don't move quickly, though. Generally, like, crashes in the real estate market take a while to reflect. Saying you own a cement company, get rid of. Ew. Fucking stupid bullish sentiment. Yeah. Played the futures market and now have a container for 20K ant farms that I need to pick up. That's not how that works. I mean, it does, just not with ant farms. What's the most ridiculous non-stock precious metal that you've heard of someone using to hedge against a market crash? I don't know. Probably silver. What's the crowned pickle I have next to my name? It means you've been a member for 3 months. Opium. Some guy was pushing silver on your GME a bit last night. Fucking seriously? Why didn't Biter ban him? I enjoy pickles and finance. Thank you, Thack17. I appreciate that, man. My 1 month membership ran out. You took my pickle away, you bish. That's what you get for paper handing your membership, Triva. 40,000 gallons of diesel and 500. You think the financial system would collapse. Did he open a gas station in Texas after that? Can you update the Reddit thread more frequently, even if the stock isn't doing much? I can't watch all day, but I still want to be apprised of the latest jokes. I mean, I don't really update with the latest jokes, but nothing's happened. I'd love to update it more, but like if there's no price action or discernible like technical analysis to do, what am I just write bullshit over there? Apparently Gary Gensler got on Twitter. He's gonna be trolled. Absolutely. I have a confession. I hate pickles and remove them from burgers. I eat them on the side, but I won't put them on my burger. I don't like that. Like biters back to work. Yeah. It's a cure. Whatever, I'll just ban them. I don't care. Ooh, I can put it on the me bot. I'll just add silver to the me bot. Relish, slice, spear, or whole. Whole. 30-minute chart looks primed for a breakout. Does it? It's not 30 minutes. This is 30 minutes. It looks good. I mean, we should fill back up to here. Ideally. But that may be tomorrow. I think that'll be tomorrow. Pickles are 7 calories and it takes more than 7 to eat pickles. So does that mean you lose weight from eating pickles? Possibly. The ultimate health food? Check your magic 8-ball and tell me the prediction for end of the week? No. $300 end of week. That'd be nice. Super short on silver if they collapse them. So LCID is up 12% on ticker change, right? Apparently. I know Windmill Willie's in on that. I own some. So it's cool. But it's like I just have some that I'm holding like long term. Yep, need a name. It was. Oh, there it goes. Now the question is, does it slip to 180 or does it slip to 178? So how and why is the SPY running so hard? Bullish sentiment. Doesn't it reverse flipped intraday cup and handle? Ko-Fi. Oh, did I miss one? I'm sorry. Oh, crap. I suddenly closed my browser. There we go. Here we go. Ugh. Maybe soon we have a sub 1 million volume day. I'm not like looking forward to that. Have a good one. See you on the moon, man. Later, Alex. Thank you so much, dude. Oh, somebody donated for the electric bill? I really need to put my headphones on. Thank you, JTK176 and Alex, for those donations. Appreciate it, guys. Browsers or not? Someone shorting the stack. Back to 180. Who knew? Well, we're holding above 180, which is significant. Optimus. What did you guys talk about in the member only stream on Saturday? You can find out in 2 weeks. Matthew Hodge. All kinds of fun stuff. AMC and Jimmy kind of trending together. Are they? No. Optimist Prime. Huh. Back down to our opening price. Or, yeah, Friday's close. It is a lovely day, Bull. I am going to take this opportunity while the stock is doing nothing to use the restroom and get myself some more coffee. For those of you listening in, we're trading at 180.36. Coming down from the world's sloppiest head and shoulders. Let's see if we bounce. Thanks, Silence of the Dans. Hello. I'm back. What's up, guys? Oh, look, I missed nothing. Heading back to 178. Unlikely silver reserve. See you later, Ross Canadian. Let's see here. I see some October 15th puts that were bought. I'm not seeing any for November, Joey Z. But a lot for August. Oh, look, we're doing a reversal off 180, guys. Maybe. I don't know. There's no volume on this, so it's hard to say. It's no pickle yet, Pablo Domingo. But maybe no pickle today. Oof. Oh, that didn't come out good. I bought two shares. MOASS will begin. Awesome. Thanks for upping our volume significantly today. I wish that was a joke. Good morning, Alberto. The options flow service I'm using shows they were coming through around 214, 215. What was the price, though? Were they at the bid or the ask? Like, the options flow I have isn't showing it, so I'm just wondering. Because I have mine filtered to only show me ones at or near the ask. You guys still have money to buy? It's called stable income. Possible they're shorting ETFs today? Mm-hmm. They wouldn't be using IJR, though. I mean, they do, but not a lot. IJR's option chain's kind of depleted. What do you think of oatmeal chocolate chip cookies? They're fine. They're not my favorite, but they're fine. Let's check out Let's see what's going on over on the IWM. Interesting. IWM looking bullish. For the first time in weeks. Very interesting indeed. Looking very bullish. Very, very bullish. Ooh. Look at all that green. People on unemployment still have money. Right? Doesn't it run through like September? Come on, bounce to 450. Not in all states. Some cut it off. Think GME will ever hit 100 again? Maybe on the downside of MOASS, it could. Governor in Texas wouldn't stand up for the unemployed. I mean, don't elect him again then. He's in a wheelchair. Is that true? Tree fell on him? People just want to sit at home and collect checks. Let's not forget that. Of course. What do you think we're all doing here? We're all waiting on collecting a big ass check. Hiring for entry level jobs. I mean, it's not a hindrance. The hindrance is that the supply of labor has become more expensive and people don't want to pay it. And so there is a shortage. A call option for end of week at like 190 strike is about that tomorrow's action will send that contract value up, right? Yeah, or today's. I own a small restaurant. I'm willing to pay $20 an hour under the table and no one wants to work. That's weird. Could just be exposure to people. There's probably like a lot of, fear as well. Silence of the Dans. We're the restaurant. Shortage of affordable labor comes from the stricter border and immigration regulations from Trump. I don't think Trump had any stricter border regulations. I don't think anyone's ever really restricted the flow of labor into America. I mean, they say they do for the public, but they really don't. People are charging $2 behind Wendy's now. That's 100% increase. At this point, I don't give a fuck. That's fair. Also, I think a lot of people know that come like September, they're just going to re up the unemployment, right? Because of the Delta variant, and it's like picking up speed. All right, enough political shit. This doesn't have anything to do with GameStop. Although I do believe GameStop's raised their pay at, at the store level. Thanks, Kanish. I appreciate that, man. Wins the Elliott variant. I don't know, but if it happens, we're all doomed. Or maybe we're not. PSA for Fidelity holders. PiFi mentioned Fidelity Active Trader Pro the other day. It is free. That's their trading software. Always avail yourself of your broker's trading software. It is definitely better than the web browser. Also less prone to crashing. They'll breathe themselves out of existence. Get in, loser. We're going mooning. BTC ripping. I wouldn't call like a 2% spike ripping. It ripped previously. Yeah, that's true. I agree, President Darth. We don't know the trend in his local area. I know here in New York City, it's like impossible for restaurants to get employees right now. What about looking at the SPY? I don't care about that. Are there any GameStop employees that don't know about MOASS? Probably. Probably most of them, right? $20 in LA or $20 in a town of 500 people in Kansas is completely different. Leave them alone. Yeah, just let it be. It's not related to the stock. We don't care about the U.S. labor market conditions here. I asked earlier and I got buried. What is the price point where this thing gets very real for you personally? Family future. Is it 500, 1K, 5K? I mean, I'm up like 3,700% in most of my position already. Dr. Feelgood. So it's already very real for me. But I want more, right? Like, I'm not going to fucking sell at $500. I'm just concerned with how much less GME he can buy if he gets popped. I opened a savings account with an ethical bank. That doesn't sound like a real sentence. Might be a nice double bottom bounce off view up. Yeah, if we hold 180 again, could be. I'm sure we'll run into the latter half of the day and then through tomorrow. It was very similar to last Monday where we kind of just sideways chopped and consolidated through the midday. FICA and SSI penalties are uniform. I know. 2K makes me a millionaire. The world doesn't want to see me with that money. Yeah, there's a lot of millionaires. Millionaire is an unimpressive figure. It's nice. It's nice to be a millionaire. You gotta... My aims are set higher. I want to make sure that I can build my own spaceship. Someone pointed out on Supersonic today was the first day with sub 100k volume 5 minutes after open. Yeah, but the intraday volume's still better than Friday. Like the opening volume wasn't that great, but last year's market crash in March didn't cause margin calls and MOASS. I mean, GameStop wasn't super affected by the market crash last year. And it didn't crash. It was just a correction, and it was fairly short-lived. Do you think there's a possibility that you get away from this with over $1 billion? Yeah. Your spaceship have a helper spaceship for your space helicopter? I hope so. You still like so even on a double bottom, you still need it to like play out, right? Like you need volume to come in for the bounce to be significant. Fucking Reddit down. Whoa. Oh, there we go. That was weird. My Reddit post wasn't like loading. One sec, guys. I'm just gonna update Reddit real quick. What do you do with your money, Pickle? I don't know. Shape the world in my own image.
Reddit is up but slow. Yeah, this is like servers are like shitty right now or something. How often do you maintain your espresso machine? What type of maintenance do you do? I clean the group head like once a week, and I descale it like every 3 months. How high does the stock have to go for you to get out with over $1 billion? I'm not telling you, because that would tell you the size of my position. Precisely, and so simple through what's your exit strategy, but had a question. Is well simple a reliable route to sell through when the time comes? I don't know that much about them. To be honest with you, Daniel. I mean, do some research, find out if they're self-clearing, who they're if they're not, who their clearinghouse is. GameStop employees are probably mostly high school, college kids. GameStop investors are mostly high school and college kids. SPY falling pretty rapidly. Just back down to VWAP. Failed that 440 test. What is coming down is Activision. Just really, really slow. But I'm excited about it. If we were able to free up corporate capital, buy more shares, the particular purchase type or time to buy that gives the biggest benefit to price movement. Buying shares on blocks of 100. If you have if you had like a shitload of capital and you wanted to jump the price, you would just buy in the money options contracts, right? And let the market maker push the price up for you. That would have the most effect on price, theoretically. As versus like price action versus capital deployed. So like the largest move would be in the money calls, right? Because for a low amount of capital, you can deploy massive leverage on the price. Since we like double bottom too much, here comes the triple bottom. This one's not quite bottoming out, though. This is actually, I think it's actually just an uptrend. Like, a triple bottom is the same resistance. The bottoms are in line, right? Why went wrong with Activision? Oh, well, I don't like them. A. And not that I hate Blizzard games. There's been some I've enjoyed. Um but as a company, they're pretty shitty. It was much better before Activision bought them out. And then they got slapped with a sexual harassment lawsuit by the state of California last week. Like a pretty big one. Class action sexual harassment lawsuit. What do we do now? Just wait. Pretty much. We're more interested in the girth of your position. Oh, I mean, I added to it over several months at different points, so. I would say it's pretty wide. Calls for August. Do you speak of exercising calls on the way up? Wait for shares to be enough to exercise? I've heard you say sell to exercise one before. Yeah, I mean, sell to exercise is an option. If your broker doesn't have that, you can be like, say you have a $50 call and you own like 200 shares and the price hits like 5,000. You could like sell one share to exercise your contract. If your broker doesn't offer sell to exercise. But if they offer sell to exercise, then one share would just be sold out of the contract, and then you'd have 299 in your account. It's kind of the same thing either way. But the exercising of options on the way up puts more pressure on the shorts, because that means more of more shares need to be delivered for every contract, right? Like another 100 shares added to the top of the squeeze for every contract. You said that funds don't usually buy in the market, so to know to raise the price. That's not true. Some do. Some, like Citadel, uses leverage to create breakout and trend, right? That's like really common for high frequency traders to do, is that they'll dump money into a stock to cause a run up, which then causes FOMO, and then they sell at the FOMO, right? So they profit off FOMO. Long funds that plan on holding the stock a long time, long term, will buy slow so as not to shift their entry. So if the stock's trading at 180, right, they will attempt to move into their whole position across that like range, right? Funds don't usually. And like the people setting up the gamma ramp every week, right? They're deploying a small amount of capital for potentially huge amounts of profit, right? Because these are leveraged positions. And they're waiting for the shorts to buy and hit their ramp, right? So the shorts buy in, it hits the gamma ramp, and that drives the price up without them having to invest extra capital to do so. It's kind of like, I want to say it's kind of like my SPXS calls, but I still kind of have those to hedge, so it's a little different, but like I just buy them out of the money every cycle. Because that like small loss to buy them, if they ever print, more than makes up for it, right? Basically the third intraday cup and handle. It's not really a cup and handle, guys. And intraday cup and handles aren't a real thing, so. Oh, no, I don't think it'll have a long-term effect either. I'm kind of just banking it on it having a short-term one. Elbow Sloth. Thank you. Oh, Elbow Sloth. Thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. I appreciate the membership, dude. What's the lowest price I was able to buy GME? $12? 12, 18, 22. Those were like my lowest positions. I actually didn't own a lot of shares going into the run up in January. Most of my GME position at that time was options. I exercised what I could of those in the run up. And then I sold some. I owned some shares going into the run up, but not a lot. My shares were all bought in February. I would say like half before DFV doubled down, another half after. Can you speak to some post MOASS investing ideas? Sure, what do you got? Yeah, sell to exercise just means they sell shares out of your options contract to facilitate the exercising of that contract. It's almost like a margined exercise in a way. You know, President Darth, I know you're trying to be funny, man, but you're just going to stir shit with that whole statement. Does Elliot guy still even post? Has he got tired of being wrong so many times? I don't know. He commented on my weekly TA yesterday. So I'd imagine, you know, he's trying to learn. Got some $11 after reading RC letter to the board. All my friends laughed. Now they're long jamming themselves at a way higher cost basis. All my friends laughed too, Rick. I know. They were like, that's a silly play. And I was like, I don't think so. And then, if anything, January was just a massive amount of confirmation bias for me to move into more of the position, which is, I think, why DFE did as well. I wonder what DFE's number to sell is. I don't know. Maybe never. Maybe he's just long GameStop. He just likes the company. Maybe he's GameStop's ultimate fanboy. Who knows? I mean, he is, right? In a way. He's single-handedly got more people interested in GameStop than GameStop ever did in the entire existence of their corporation. Later, Han. You made me feel bad about my 260 cost average. Why? Who gives a shit if the stock is, you know, $1,000, $10,000, $100,000? Your fucking cost average isn't gonna matter at all then. You think it will start going up August? Yeah, I don't care what he thinks. Harley Hellcat. I've seen his videos. I'll pass on his opinion. I mean, DFE already has more shares than the CEO. I'll tell you what everyone's average cost basis is. Almost every ape is within 10% of this range. I would say probably about 80% or more. And if they weren't, they've averaged up to this. See? The charts don't lie, guys. $184.50, check it in. Yeah, plus or minus $18. I feel called out. You're a magician? That's where I'm at. Not a magician. Guys, you too can learn to read the charts. Because all the data's there. It's obscured and hidden sometimes. And sometimes you have to look for outlying factors like motivation and but the data's all there. It's just a record of all the data. That's how you can find out things like the shorts haven't covered or MOASS is inevitable. I buy at 260 for the ape community. I've bought some. The cost basis on this account's pretty high because I started this one when I started the stream, and I think what is the cost basis for this? This one's like 160 something, I think. Good time to become a data scientist. Well, the plus or minus 10% means that 198 and 162. This is most apes between these prices. There's less up here, like 5%, and about 15% down here. And then 80% are somewhere relatively within this range. You could really do it like 200 and 157 to be more precise. And then about 15% are below that have been in for a long time. I wish I were most apes. I mean, Naxos, it's at 180 right now. You could be, right? Like, that's the beauty of a cost basis is you can always bring it down. Next to Amazon, in my honest opinion. I don't know if it'd be the next Amazon, but it could be a lot bigger than it is. It's definitely one of the best growth opportunities that retail has had access to in a very long time. Retail doesn't get a lot of opportunity, especially poorer retail investors don't get a lot of opportunity for growth. At least since Tesla. Did Kirk just call us poor? I mean, are you investing in like startup tech companies like pre-IPO? Then yeah. Yeah, it comes through IPO and the cost is already factored in when it comes to the market. And then if you buy in at the IPO, you're just bag holding for the people that were in it before it went public, right? I felt certain we'd never go below 200 again. I mean, 200 should have been a stronger resistance, but that was a big share offering, right? That and the shorting on top of it. Any hope for Sears? I haven't gotten into do any yacht research. I figure I'll just do that once I'm rich. I'm not concerned with it right now. I don't want to like go look at a yacht that I can't just buy, right? Because what if I like it? And then I'd be like, I gotta wait for MOASS. No. I don't wanna hype myself up just to let myself down. I was surprised when we went below 200 again. Yeah, a lot of people were. I work at Kohl's. Yes, I'm poor. Ow. Oh, that's the worst. Are all bio companies 50-50 gambles? Pretty much. I mean, you can reduce the risk on them by researching them really, really well. Bio companies tend to be a favorite of like institutional investment as they can have teams of analysts go over, leadership, fundamentals, cash flow. Like they're very much like a value investment focused stock. Like technical analysis doesn't really work on them because all of their gains, right, are from fundamental developments. So you've really got to research the shit out of it. It's probably best if you have like, people with degrees in pharmacology and, chemistry and stuff working for you analyzing those companies, right? Like a big hedge fund would. It's one of the few places where following like quote unquote smart money or whales is beneficial. But at that still they just diversify across so many of them, it's still hard to tell. I feel like the share offering just kicked us back a couple of months. It totally stopped MOASS, is what it did. The share offering, the 5 million share offering, stopped MOASS in its fucking tracks because it was starting. I hope you guys know this. Like MOASS should have already started on like June 12th. That was the beginning. It was stopped. Maybe intentionally, maybe not, but it was stopped. It will start again, because the short position didn't get any smaller, but it was stopped. I don't know if Ryan did it or, the SEC advised it. That's hard to say. The SEC not forced their hand, but probably strongly suggested. Possibly BlackRock also was like, hey, kind of. There could have been pressure from more places than just the SEC. I mean, based on all the technical analysis I'd done to that point, MOASS had already started. How does that factor into the newfound Cohen worship going around? I don't think that's newfound. Can you go into more detail, or have you written about it? I mean, it's a theory, big photo taker guy. Whether they did it intentionally or not, right? Like it doesn't that's the problem. That's where it kind of falls apart. It's like you don't know if it's intentional. I mean, GameStop already had 600 million. I don't know if they needed the money. They haven't, sure as fuck haven't used it, as far as we can tell. I mean, well, it doesn't really MOASS doesn't really concern the company except in that it gets the shorts off the stock, right? Because they're all insiders. They can't sell during MOASS. They can sell shares during MOASS and then go buy Amazon. But that's another story. Could give us a nice boost. I don't know. I don't play earnings. Earnings are always, they'll report astronomically good earnings and the stock will go down. That's every company nowadays, though. Earnings aren't the play they used to be. The only really real way to play earnings anymore is to like straddle or, similar multi-leg options. So shorts are just increasing their SI by keeping the price down. Yeah, essentially. When we have low volume, it's easier for them to keep the price down longer, right? Because it's easier to manipulate a price on low volume than it is on higher volume. Does any company in the world know the true short position at GameStop? Yes. The lenders who lent the shares in the first place. Probably the clearinghouses who are having a hard time finding real shares at this point. I don't think the new CEO has spoken publicly yet. Clip that. Tag Han. She's been writing down the timestamps. I will say I don't like Mark Cuban a lot, but he's right on that. He is correct. As long as GameStop doesn't go bankrupt, the shorts must cover their positions. To be honest, what we expect, we don't actually expect shorts to close, Jonathan. And for all of you listening in who are kind of on the fence about the close cover kind of thing, most likely if MOASS plays out the way we think, The DTCC will be closing the positions, not the fucking shorts, right? We just care that they cover, that we want them to come on to the open market and buy the stock or attempt to buy the stock, right? That is covering. That is, go look it up. God, that's annoying as hell. It's just I don't know what DD it started in over on Super Stonk, or just because of like, Vlad Tenev lying to Congress or whatever, but they have to cover. Stuffing FTDs into the options chain and kicking it down the road is not covering. That's just falsification of a short position by marking it as long. So hypothetically, if I had a Bitcoin position, yes, I would look for a peak right around here in the 40,000s before the distribution continued to the downside. Right? Before we reach our selling climax, which will be here, SC, of the Wyckoff distribution. See how that plays out? Whoop, and then peaks, ascending peaks, descending peaks. This is kind of an anomaly in the Wyckoff distribution. Can you look to Chewy? What do you mean, Kuprex? You want me to look up Chewy, or do you ever get a sense of deja vu? You'll get that from every stock if you look at charts long enough, man. Yes, similar things play out, but that's because we're in a cycle of short hedge fund circle jerking. Yeah, no, you're right, John Con. That's correct. And so that is why you assess risk versus reward, right? That way, if something moves against you, you don't, get wiped out. Chewy was running this morning, made quite a few bucks. Now it's stabilized. I mean, not. I don't know why everyone's so interested in Chewy. They're not owned by, like, Ryan Cohen's not involved with them anymore. But yeah, it looks like they ran okay and then came down probably with the overall market. The market also, it's just following the same trend as the SPY, right? If we go look at the SPY. Oh, no, not really. It just continued downward. So market open, it followed the same trend, but then it just continued downward after this point. I don't know. Do they have some negative news or something? It's not really a stock I'm very interested in. I'll be honest with you. If you made a few bucks on it, awesome. Like that, this morning was a good opportunity to do that. All right, looks like we're testing VWAP and getting rejected. TA short and long term on NEO if the GME chart gets boring. Maybe. I don't want to do any long term on NEO, but I'll take a look at the short term. I've done long term TA on this before. It looks like it's heading for another test down at 32. So it's, I mean, you're going to have like, I guess this is both long and short, but you're going to have there and there. It looks like it's coming down to retest here. So if it doesn't bounce there, I'd imagine it'll go down to there. 36 to 33, I guess. Well, yeah, like the midpoint on that is also resistance. A little bit. It's not super strong, but there's like also resistance like there. If it bounces, then I would expect it to retest like 47 or 52. But it may continue to trend down with the Lucid CCIV merger, right? Or Lucid. Who's Lucid merging with? I think that's right. Yes, Dreadnought. That's called Wyckoff accumulation. Momentum can't be expected without volume. Patience is kind of inverse head and shoulders on the GME 4-hour. Let's see. Actually looks pretty good for that, yeah. Which would mean a reversion, kind of where we expect, right? At least to mean. Which is kind of the price action I was predicting for today and tomorrow. It may take longer to play out, I guess. We had this similar pattern in the past. We had a similar pattern before the run-up in January as well. Here. So eventually that MOASS pattern that I discussed with you guys so many times and the ascension, right? That ascension period of MOASS is going to just repeat itself now, right? So we had this whole share offering shorting bullshit, and then we're going to move back into that pattern of ascending bull flags, right? And try again. Like hit 350 and then hopefully push above it. As long as, you know, no share offerings come into play again or anything like that. That's what I've expected this whole time, right? A breakout. I'm going to close my mayonnaise jar for refrigerated. How much during the elephant room is the whole financial system collapse, or how long until so many people are aware of this the news sites are all but ignored? It's hard to say. I mean, the news will shift, right? Goosebite. So like the more this like comes to pass, right? The more the news cycle will get on our side and start telling everyone about it, right? Because they don't want to be on the wrong side. I mean, you can see it in so many other things. I hate to use this as an example because I know it'll stir shit, but it's a good one. Like Fox News was very like pro-Trump during most of his administration. And then as Trump lost, you know, popular favor towards the end of his administration, Fox, you know, kind of flipped the script, right? Because they want to be on the right side of the fence. And so what they'll do is they'll move between these two depending on sentiment and ride it when the sentiment's even. This is true in all things, politics, finance. Does Jimmy have to vote to do another at the money offering if they decide to do one? Hopefully that doesn't happen. I don't know if they're required to. We crossed VWAP. That's good. Jimmy have to... Seems there shouldn't be any more share offerings. I think if we see another share offering, especially if we're trading around to 350 and we see another share offering, I would have a much stronger ground for my thesis that the SEC has a hand in the share offerings. But I mean, there's only so many times they can force Ryan Cohen's hand on that, right? Because eventually he's going to be like, no, and ultimately it's not the SEC's choice. Like they might have been able to get him to do it once. Is Lucid? Yeah, well, it's a new ticker now. Now it's just Lucid, right? Will I be safe? Hard to say, Hassan. Pay attention to your options. If you're not confident in the price movement, look to roll them. I currently have August 6th at 222. I have them at 200, 220, 250, and 250 for August 6th. Well, what's interesting today is we've held above 180, right? And that's very important for us to continue forward in our price action cycle. What's the 680 eyes? Buying a call to open and buying a call to close. Look it up, Jason. That's something that you should definitely research and understand, especially if you're looking into options. Bid or ask price during MOASS, or would it not make any difference? You should buy to open, sell to close, right? Need one bull on screen. I mean, I'm telling him to look it up because it's something that he should understand. How will he get beginner's luck if he understands options? How's your buddy with the spy puts doing? Probably fine. I mean, I actually don't know if he moved out of his position last Monday or not. He was in the money if he did. Because he bought his options in the money. They were in the money puts. And they're for like January of next year, I think. So I think he's got plenty of time either way. Tell him about financial delights. I'm legit just clicking all the buttons. Yeah. It's kind of annoying that Fidelity uses buy to open, sell to close, but look it up, understand what they mean as far as orders on options go. It's important that you know that and fully flesh it out and understand it. Interesting to hear you say that MOASS had started back in June. We were right here fighting for 180, but those run-ups started. Any idea on what kicked it off in June? Several factors. FOMO was starting to kick in pretty heavily. It took a while for the FOMO to start building up in that cycle. We're already in MOASS, right? Like, MOASS really started in January. Like, I'm sure I've showed you guys this before, but if you go out to, like, the weekly on GameStop, like, we're just in, like, a massive, or monthly? Is it the monthly? We're just in, like, a massive bull flag, right? And so we were breaking to the upside there at that time. But basically, like, MOASS should have started in January, right? And then, you know, market fuckery vis-a-vis Robinhood and hedge fund price manipulation kept it from happening. And so it got stifled, but into this, like, bull flag pennant type scenario. But essentially, like, we're going to break to the upside of that, right? And then MOASS is going to happen. And so we're on the upside. We're just consolidating and more move upward, right? Will interpreting volume to time peaks during MOASS be very difficult? No. You just mouse over the candlesticks and it will display the volume for that candlestick in the top left corner. Zoom in on that bull flag. Let's watch the channel. I ordered the book you recommended. Does that book go into options trading? I think he touches on it, yeah. But it's mostly about technical analysis, which applies to options, futures, stocks, forex. Technical analysis. If you can analyze something with technical analysis, you can analyze any market with technical analysis. Although I will say crypto, very flighty. Which is why, like, Bitcoin's in a Wyckoff, but it could recover. Because crypto does weird shit whenever it wants, based on purely on sentiment. Want to use some 50 call for the end of the week. Doing very well at the moment, but I'm wanting to be out of this at a certain money, or probably by tomorrow's harvest point if I can identify it. So if you move into the money today or tomorrow, windmill, you're going to want to stay in it, right? Ugh. Fucking epic, man. Please, your opinion on D. Lauer, the terminal project so far. I don't really know that much about it, David Alexander. I don't pay attention to his posts. I know he's creating some financial platform that's supposed to be like cheap and or free to use for the public. It sounds like all the other paid financial platforms. If it's not free, if it is free, super cool. But I don't know how they'd access data without paying for it. So you know, it's similar to all the other things that already exist. Unless it offers some unknown insight that I'm unaware of, I'm not super impressed by it. And what's the difference between them and like Ortex, right? Can you FF the time? I want to go 1 month faster. One tick chart? Nah. Can you please comment on the NSCC capping volatility during MOASS? Mentioned last week's filings. Thoughts? Expected, right? I mean, I told you that the DTCC already has the authority to stop algorithmic trading on a stock and manually trade it, which caps volume and volatility, right? As order flow is manually traded. So it's not like an unexpected, like if you've been listening in, Stefan, for the last several weeks, I've covered this multiple times. But yeah, I mean, I kind of expected them to do that in the peaks anyway, as the amount of losses they could suffer by algorithmically trading during a high volatility event like that could be astronomical, right? I mean, glitches are just glitches. Some of these programs are old. They're not designed to run on the best software. Uh, the data that they're processing is coming from multiple avenues. They're usually not very well coded, as you can tell by their UI. These are not software companies, right? Glitches are generally just glitches. I don't think he's wrong on that. I think it's very similar into the way I'm dismissive of things, and that, like, I've heard it before. It's 99% of the time bullshit, and you don't have time to go dig into those things, right? You ever use BAMSec? No, I haven't. What is it? I haven't even heard of it. It's your viewership, and you're in a. It's just like an SEC database. I it might be easier. I don't know. I just usually use the SEC's website. I did the TA on your viewership, and you're in an intraday cup and handle. I am not. I've already bounced. Guys, can we get those likes up over 1,000, please? If you haven't, I know it matters for the algorithm. If you have, ignore the comment and subscribe if you haven't. If you like my content. If you don't. I don't really care. With ads, I believe. Free software not receiving correct data. Even the paid software doesn't always get correct data, trust me. Instant 1K before this is done. Pickle looking more skeptical than usual. You okay, brother? I'm fine, man. What are you more skeptical than usual? I'm always skeptical. I have to be. There's so much fucking FUD out there, and the biggest problem is that, like, it's easy to ignore the FUD from the media, right? But it's very hard to ignore it from within the community. And I do my best, but, you know, information comes from trusted sources, and people are like, oh, you know, and they want to know about it. And then I have to be the one to tell them that it's probably bullshit or is bullshit. And that's not always an easy ground to stand on, but I'm fine with it. Why are you always asking me if I'm okay, Thunder Fury? I feel like you're way too fucking worried about my health, bro. I don't know if you missed this earlier, but I own GameStop and I'm up like 3,700%, man. I'm A-okay. I'm here to make sure everyone else is doing okay. Is it Salty Monday? No. How's your scarf feeling today? I don't fucking know. Some. I've heard some bullshit today. Do you drink milk? I mean, with like cookies. He has puts on your life insurance, apparently. He owns half a cement company, too. Did you come out on Crayons DD guessing that Melvin covered and Citadel took the shorts through options? It sounds like bullshit. I don't know by what method that would be possible ever. I'm guessing that's why Crayon marked it as speculative. And then apparently the DD was stolen. So now I'm ultra suspicious of it. Whoa. I didn't buy in at the $4 range. Johnny Diamond Hands. I have options that have volatility attached to them. I feel like I mentioned this before. Most of my GameStop position is in options. Like the majority of it is in options. It's definitely not because I got it. God, I wish I got it at $4. That would have been so long ago, though. Did you preemptively buy a DD stolen from the baby pickle? No, it wasn't. It wasn't stolen from me. Yeah, it's not even close to majority shares. Exercise your options, bro. It's not so easy to do. I wouldn't be able to exercise very many of the contracts. I rolled them recently, which cost me a shitload of money. We're in a nice upper channel here, looking strong. We are looking very good for a retest of 185. I'd like to see some more volume though, because like we're just not going to do shit without volume, right? It doesn't matter how bullish it looks. Why no bulls? We don't need them right now. What do you guys get hung up on me pasting bulls on the screen? It's only a few of you. Some of you here are actually here for the stock. But then there's a select group of you that are here for me to post silly memes on the screen and draw pickles. Puts on New York City Electric, can't get customers to pay bills. Why don't you exercise a couple contracts at 300? I'd rather wait till it's higher. I thought on the last run up to 350, I just assumed that we would keep carrying on, right? And so I didn't. I could have exercised some of the contracts, but I didn't. And I'd much rather do it when the price is higher. I'm not going to do it now when we're at 180, the average price. Why not both? Some of you are alright. Don't go to Wall Street tomorrow. What the fuck's that supposed to mean, cool daddy? Please draw us a pickle to pump the stonk. I'll think about it, Darth. I'm here for it all. Any theories on why we're always staying around 180? That's the average price. I don't know if it's like FUD or intentional. Like it's just like that's the problem with the DD, right? Is that like it's impossible to know the motive for writing it, right? I haven't read it. I don't know shit about it, honestly. Cooldown. Yeah, that's what I'm worried about. Bob Lewis, Ryan Cohen. High school level threats to a minimum here. Yeah, probably. I thought our last share offering was sold an average of 225. Wouldn't this be a good place to gauge our low at? It should be, yes. $2,995, 3,000 towards pickle. What if you drew a pickle pressing the MOASS button? It's not time yet. I clarified the joke. Look it up on Know Your Meme. It's a really old meme. Oh, okay. What's your personal comfort level in terms of percent portfolio committed to Jimmy? I mean, currently my portfolio is like 97% GameStop. I have some O and UWMC and Palantir and Fubo TV and CCIV. Well, now Lucid Motors. Oh, and I have some Neo also. When did I get in at? Why is that not on my chart? I don't know where I got in my CCI or my Neo position now. For us to decipher behind RC's numerous tweets, or is he just keeping us entertained but doesn't know control how much more than retail regarding MOASS? I don't think there's anything to be deciphered in tweets. There's too much room for speculation. Knowing that MOASS would have happened right after my birthday, if not for the share offering, makes me very angry. Get over it. 97% GME, 3% concrete. What happens when the volume is zero, the bias is a flat line? Fucking nothing. What's your outlook on CCIV? I mean, I own some. Bullish, I guess. Not a lot of faith in the Chinese markets with what's been going on lately. I'm watching the position. I'll say that much. Have ever boofed? Better not squash. That's disgusting. My tweets were super direct, and very few people came even close to deciphering them. Any recommendations on a law firm for a tax trust attorney after all this is said and done? I mean, do your research, Randy. Obviously, I don't know what state you live in. Probably whatever one in your state is good or well renowned. Do your due diligence. Man, people don't like to do that. All right, cool, Daddy. Enough exercising your rights. This isn't a democracy in here. Missouri sharing our positions. Everyone's already know shorted shares they made. So repercussions could Jimmy face if they refuse to do the offering? None. So yeah, if the SEC like suggested it and Jimmy was like no, I mean there's not really anything the SEC can do about that. If I have 20 options of the value of 100K and no money on my account, can I exercise one At cost of 5K. You can. I'm not sure. 20 options. That would depend on if you have a margin account or not, Seb. You could also sell to exercise if your brokerage offers that. Help, I'm being impressed. Thanks, Skull Daddy. United States Bar Association to look for attorneys that focus, not specialize in taxes, wealth management. Yeah. Warden Duluth's house. No idea. This is a theocracy based on VWAP. When did Maxi officially crossed, but on default settings, don't know if you've been informed. Yeah, it got crossed this morning, I know. In the pre-market. That doesn't really mean anything, though. Like, MACD can cross and not a lot can come of it, right? It generally takes time for, like, that crossover to build up momentum. So, like, usually when it crosses, it'll, like, go like that. And then volume will start very low here and pick up through the range. Like so. Trailing off. Jesus, win, man. Looks like we're bouncing. Yes. All right, where was I? One, 5, 10, 25, 50. They're gonna do that anyway. Dr. Feelgood. People are gonna sell all the way up. But guess what? It doesn't fucking matter. Just don't be one of the ones that sells on the way up. But no, it's not going to stagger like that, most likely. Most likely that time period will be very up. Not a lot of breaks. Halts all the way. But not a lot of breaks. Probably a lot of gap ups, actually, which could prevent people from selling at lower prices. Your art should go in the MOASS history book. Thanks, WM. I appreciate it. What's up, Gurks? Yeah, no one's selling. The public, the owners of GameStop, are saying 180 is a price they're not willing to sell at, right? That's a statement being made to the market by the shareholders of this stock. It's very similar to Berkshire A, and that no one's selling, right? And so the price goes up eventually. I wouldn't get a tattoo ever, Han. Even theoretically. Leonardo. Leonardo is better. I'm changing it. Oh no. Your artwork is improving. I've definitely drawn better things than this. The right sword should be behind the mask strands, not in front of. Probably. Make the arms thinner, please. At this rate, your subscriber count will exceed the volume. It's possible, Bristo. Did you clip that explanation of why it doesn't matter that people paper hand on the way up? I probably did. I have like a bunch of clips that I've never edited or published. You're so talented and handsome. Way to go, buddy. Thanks, Han. What market manipulation? What are you talking about? Shut the fuck up. God. Do you want the stock to go up or not? I mean, if you trade it, you can also lose ownership, like registered ownership with your brokerage glider. So if you have real shares, you could lose them and end up with synthetics. Not that there's really a difference. But one is definitely better than the other. By trading the shares you have, you would be offering the short hedge funds real shares, which a lot of MOASS is them buying up the synthetic shares in order to get access to the real shares, right? How many groupies do you have now? I have no idea. I don't know I should have them. I mean, I'm a rock star, but ultimately this is a financial channel and should be asexual. Market manipulation. But unfortunately, you guys have phallicized it with all your pickle talk. Diminishing volume for short squeezes. A lot of people don't like diminishing volume, but isn't it inevitable, especially given all the dark pool activity? Probably. I mean, of course, it's a diverse, and that's why I try to keep politics and shit out of it, because everyone can come from wherever they want, but we're all in this together, right? It's the unifying force. After this is over, go back to believing whatever you want, but you know, put me on the groupie list. Buy back synthetics in order to create the proper number of shares. How does that work? Well, they have to reduce the float size down to the real shares, right? So if they buy back a synthetic, they can't return that to whoever lent them the shares in the first place. Do you expect FOMO buying to start when it breaks 350? Historically, our volume picks up above 200, peaking around 280. And then the volume dies, moving up. Yeah, if you bought shares after April 15th, there's a very good chance that the shares you have are synthetic. That doesn't make them worth any less. I have shares that I bought after April 15th. There's a shitload of synthetics out there, Greg. I mean, there's a pretty good chance that significantly more than 2 times the float is owned by retail. You mean all in this together as well? It's a unifying ideal, right? Obviously, we're all individual investors that can make our own decisions and do our own due diligence. It's a royal we. J-Do chill vibes. And acceptable legally in the fact that we're in no way colluding to manipulate the market. I could see that Leonardo's eyes at first. I thought it was just blindly kicking towards the chart like it's a pinata. Pretty sure we all have synthetics. Unless you bought during the offerings. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, if your brokerage assigned them to you, but the offering may have just been bought up by one entity. Like, we don't know. It was very short. The 13Fs aren't out yet, so there's really no way to tell. If we see, like, some institution came in with an extra 5 million shares, that would be pretty good confirmation. I'm pretty sure there are no synthetic shares. It's also clear that the hedge is covered. I've seen a post on GME Meltdown confirming it. It's 969,000 volume. 969. Tesla, good or bad quarter? Guess. Don't play earnings. Pop 21888. Unless you're gonna play like a straddle. Because Tesla could announce good earnings and the market could tank the next day and this price could drop. I saw Andrew Momoney's DD on GME. Wow, so amazed. What? Start MOASS already? I think these guys blood enough. What's your go-to catalyst? Short hedge fund margin called over time only. My only catalyst is shorts covering. I don't believe in any other catalyst. If they happen, awesome, right? But those aren't what I'm looking for. I'm not looking for alternative catalysts to set this thing off. I have no idea, T. Walker. I think it was a joke. What apps did you use for paper trading before you began playing with real moolah? Investopedia has a paper trading thing. FinViz, TradingView has one. Thinkorswim is probably the best paper trading one because you can do options on it also. So when shorts cover, the price goes up. Very interesting. Yes, isn't it? I know it was a joke. I knew he didn't write any DD. He's too busy reading them. I'd like to invite the Dans and everyone else and feeding his dog. Overfeeding his dog. So using that logic, your DD consists of a date you believe shorts have to cover by? I didn't say that. That's an assumption on your part. See you later, Paradoxical. It's the event itself that's going to force them to cover. Time. I need to get rid of this stock. I'm done over here. Fucking come on, Activision. You can do it. You don't need to hold your long-term trend. Silly stock. Third quarter. Anyway, isn't bearish bet on Activision a bullish bet on GameStop? I don't know. They have a digital marketplace where they sell their own games and other people's. AO shortage as a catalyst. Well, no, Chris Martell. Short hedge funds covering is also a catalyst. It drives the price up, causing the event in which they all have to cover, right? Someone will have to cover first. We can assume that it's not at $180, though. I can tell you that much. So 15 million float. They like at $180, they only have to cover what they suppress the price with. More money. Listen. Someone dumping Tesla? I don't know, maybe. Is Tesla tanking? Didn't have a death cross that not that long ago? Go look at AMC's Long Johnson. Let's Going the wrong way. SPY's not coming down. Are they going to try to slam us through VWAP? They better fucking not. I am waiting for Activision to tank. What I'll do is I'll get back in a range where I have an acceptable loss, sell, and then it'll drop off a cliff. All of the above, KO. How long can they kick the can for? That's not really something that, not information we'd have access to. Assume a very long time, right? What's the dumbest sounding TA indicator? Elliott waves. Tesla is up 2%. I don't understand what half this chat is looking at most of the times. Welcome to my world, Sean Booze. People will be like, why is the market tanking? And I'll look over and it's like up 0.1%. Your two worst predictions. You will slow down cussing. Price would stay at the second offering average. It should have. They spent a lot of money making sure that didn't happen. Right? Can we get a Dilatello? No. I've been over this. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Pickles will come one at a time as I see fit. The Activision news is just apes spreading FUD for the sake of our beloved. What? Who's spreading? The only people spreading FUD on Activision is the state of California and their former female employees. As someone who lived in Southern California, I knew a lot of people who worked at Blizzard. Believe me, it's not an ideal workplace. Any good options data today? I haven't looked in like an hour or so. Still looks a little put heavy the last hour. Lots of 210 puts coming in. 102 contracts for October. Some 185 calls coming in, 190. No in the money calls coming in. So yeah, a few more puts since from 1 to 2 o'clock. So from here to here, they really tried to hammer it down. It was gaining a little too much momentum, so it makes sense. Been any unusual options activity today. Discovery Inc. has some unusual options call activity going on. ARC Innovation ETF has a very bearish sentiment on it. And MSTR has a lot of very interesting MicroStrategy has a lot of options rolling in on it at the Jesus 430, 430 and 540, 500, 700. Someone expects that to move. I don't like chasing big money, but 102 million in contracts today for MicroStrategy. It's interesting. Oh no. So this is what happens when I look away. Are you telling me males at a tech company in Southern California don't respect women? Yeah, and the employer doesn't respect any of its employees, from what I've heard. Why does Activision have to do with this? It doesn't. It's a totally different play that I'm involved in. Holy SPY dip? SPY's still up 0.1%. Everyone here stay away from the Robinhood IPO. Yeah, it's probably pretty toxic. No, I didn't say Kathy Woods is bearish on GME. I said the ARK Innovation ETF has a shitload of puts on it today. MicroStrategy is Michael Saylor, who's long BTC. That makes sense. What's Tesla looking at? Why does everyone want to know what Tesla's doing? This isn't fucking Matt Kohrs' channel. Looks like shit. Looks like hot garbage. Head and Shoulders. Reversion to mean. Heading back down to 650. That's what it looks like right now. How have we not crossed 1K likes? We're way past 1K likes, Han Banan. What are you talking about? We're at like 1,100. Haven't cried enough today. That's because I've never lost money on Tesla. Actually, I feel like if you inverse Matt Kohrs' Tesla plays, you might get real, like, some serious gains. Refresh it, Nutmeg Player Man. The likes are being routed through a dark pool. Hey, man, we're nearing 1 million shares far earlier than Friday, right? Sold vertical GME 100, 200, 190 put at 660. Sold vertical GME 115 October 21st. Okay. 200, 190 put at 660. It could, yeah. And if so, you sold a vertical spread, a vertical put spread that's in the money. Sims are out. I don't know. I don't know if it's gonna print or not. 100% win rate strategy. No, today has more volume than Friday did, Alex. Do you believe there exists a correlation between MOASS and 10-year bond yields? No. What century are Spotted tunes from? I don't know. It was just like an old playlist I had that I rehypothecated because people were hounding me about sharing my Spotify playlist. I haven't heard most of the songs on there in years. I don't really listen to a lot of music, to be fair. I do when I'm in the mood. If y'all want, I can make MOASS start right now. All I have to do is short one share and I guarantee it'll rock it. It was mostly you, Han. I'll be honest with that. If we really zoom in, we can get some thickness on these. Hold on, I'm gonna refresh this because some data is not displaying here. There we go. Do you ever put chopsticks in orifices? No. That's why it's PG-13, because you don't recommend it to children, right? It's not an intraday high, Nano. The high for today was 186.03. Yeah, it's like a third of the S&P has earnings this week. Jimmy is rated E for everyone. My girlfriend wants me to day trade Jimmy calls in her brokerage. Risky. Keep dropping. Activision. You can do it. It's so close. I just need it to fall off that cliff. Oh, keep going. Keep going. Fuck you. That's what they get for not releasing Diablo 4 when I wanted to play it. And investing money in that stupid mobile game. It was, Han. I need to have a conversation with your boyfriend. He needs to compliment you more or something. GM is rated M for MOASS. Nice looking group of Johnsons there. They're not bad. And if I had to pick a bag of Johnsons, selling out to China. What price did you put your line at for Activision? The Resistance, which is at 90. Your boyfriend needs to compliment me more. No, volume's at 1,000,000. Not Saculon. 1,000,000 exactly. I don't give a shit how much volume we have as long as we're up. I was curious which direction Gherkin will take after MOASS. Definitely the McAfee route. Maybe less pooping on people. Dying in prison. They both died in prison. Assume believes. No, he got pooped on? Oh. Less pooping on me. But they died rich. Well, that happens. I'd rather take the Richard Branson route and just like pretend I'm relevant and important forever. After MOASS, you should pull a Meet Kevin and run for governor of California. I don't know who this guy is to this day. I've typed Meet Kevin into YouTube and nothing came up. I mean, something came up, but it wasn't appropriate. Better to be Branson than McAfee. Probably. Kevin's meat. Hold on. We had to get rid of that candle. We didn't like it. Dave's my long-term partner. You're my e-boyfriend that doesn't want to be, but it's fine. Yeah, it should have been sooner. Mass spectrometer. Don't Google meat Kevin, guys. Yeah, you will get pictures of Kevin's meat. This is volume for tardigrades. So any of you guys wear polo shirts? Any good place to buy a decent quality one for a good price? Where would I buy a polo? I don't wear polos, but if I were to wear one, I would buy Lacoste. I've worn one of those before and it was very comfortable. Excellent quality. Yes, Nordstrom's rack. So you can look rich. Actually, Nordstrom's rack is the secret to not being single in Southern California. Lacoste. You know, there's an indicator called the alligator indicator. If you're single, go to Whole Foods. Yeah, real rich people don't look rich. But that's because they don't want to be identified as rich. I mean, Costco, I guess. I just buy t-shirts. I like reach out and touch it, and if it's soft, I buy it. That's literally the only qualification. Thank you for the donation, Han. I wish Nordstrom's rack was the key to not being single in Colorado. Oh, I think that's just like, isn't that owning a construction business and driving a lifted truck? It's different in every state. The ulcer index. Fresh clean teas. You should. It's like, it's a little bit, you know, we're like the ultimate subreddit. It's like a touch of like our, what is it? Our like culinary? Is that what it is? Or our cooking? With a dash of our espresso. A little bit of our buy it for life. And some of like, you know, GameStop stuff. I'm going to start a new subreddit called GameStop Stuff. And I'm going to delete everyone's DDs. Yeah, in the pre-market, Sean. Well, you spent all that money lifting the truck. You can't go take it out in the dirt, mass spectrometer. That's silly. Lots of our ADHD. It's for only stuff you bought at GameStop that day. I still stand by our circle, Kirk. Wait, what happened to my... Whew, I almost deleted my pickle. That's fucking scary. Guys, don't delete your pickle. Well, I'd imagine it's hard to meet people whitewater rafting. Based trading for schlups. Oh, cursed comments. Who's rafting? Oh, not me. I'm not going to do anything that involves moving water and rocks. During MOASS, what type of pickle will be drawn? The last one. Gotta make sure you wear your Patagucci when walking the dog too for some bonus points. Every time I've been in Colorado, I feel like everyone was wearing hiking shoes and camelbacks. Like they were wearing camelbacks when one wasn't necessary. Like I was in a Target and there was a guy in line in front of me, and this was like outside of Denver, and he had a camelback on, and I'm like, are you that fucking thirsty? Everyone wears REI everywhere. New York City, you better have Tim boots. No, those days are long gone. That's like when I was like in high school. It's called tactical hydration. You look like a fucking douchebag. I don't wear Timberland boots. I wear old man shoes right now. I don't know if Tims are cool. I don't see them as much as I used to. I don't like boots very much. I'm not a boots person. Boots. California, it's Hydro Flasks. That's fair. I have one of those. Well, it's not actually a Hydro Flask. It's like a knockoff Amazon one, but it does the job. Will this week be the most boring week of our lives? No, Jim. It's going to be fucking nuts. Oh, they're Skechers. My current pair of shoes is Skechers. I was at a store and I looked down at my shoes and they were kind of like, eh. And then I bought a pair. I was like, I'm not really going to go anywhere for the next year anyway. If you're a dad, white New Balance. Good thing I'm not a dad, Daniel Oporto. I've owned a pair of Crocs once in my life. I didn't wear them in public. I would change my shoes when I left work, but it's not hydrology. It's simple modern. I lurk so hard, but I have to chime in on Skechers. I think they're called like Go Walk, but they're just so comfortable. And they have them in my size, which is kind of a pain in the ass with some shoe brands. Are you joking or serious? Calls on Skechers shape ups? Dude, I would buy those in a heartbeat. I don't think they exist anymore though, right? What's your shoe size? Wide feet? 14 wide. I used to always buy Under Armour shoes for like a long time, but then they like it got really hard to find the size in any shoes I liked. Alex, thank you so much for the pickle, man. You know what they say about guys with big feet? Large, girthy GME positions? That's correct. Oh, and I have some like house shoes that I wear around the house so my feet don't get dirty. I don't like having dirt in my bed. Noted. Must fix your shoe game. Yeah. It's it's difficult if you're size like 10 through 13 shoe size, then like every shoe in the world is available to you. But on either other side of that spectrum, very limited selection. Why do Americans wear shoes inside their homes? I don't know if they all do. I have hardwood floors, and so they can get your feet can get kind of dirty if you don't wear socks. And then if you wear socks, you like I'd just be like ice skating around my house. That's gross, yeah. Skechers and blackouts. I'm signing up all my burner accounts to the Billionaires Club. All right, David. Next time someone's hitting on me and asking what my favorite position is, I'll answer with long on GME. Nice. I don't own Crocs. No, I have like I can just show you guys. They're like these. These are size 15. Yeah, they're like they're called slides. I don't know what they're called. I bought them on Amazon. Show us your feet too. I'm not doing that. That's for the OnlyFans. That'll be post MOASS. I'm out of water. I've overhydrated. I've already drank 32 ounces of water. Now I think you're the white version of Ice Cube's character from Boys in the Hood. Fair. I mean, didn't the perm already kind of put me there? Didn't he have a perm in that movie? Yeah, he did. Like hair infested petri dish for your feet. Ew. Better get a camel back. Well, apparently they're called slides. They're comfy as hell. Bitcoin about to rip through 40K. We'll see. I always tell the ladies, wait, I don't have size 15s, but I'm doing okay, if you know what I mean. I always tell the ladies, don't worry, it's not thick, but it's short. Mr. Diggs. It's not the size of the pickle that matters, man. It's the upwards price action on your stock. The length of the Johnson only matters in the resistance it breaks. Is this covering price action? I told you guys this was gonna happen. Didn't I? Didn't I say this? What's my pronoun? I don't give a shit. Currently pickle, apparently. Call me whatever you want. I'm not sensitive. Yeah, but when I say something could happen, I'm just hedging people going, it's not happening. That's why I say could. Read the daily TA. I say things like, I think this price action would be ideal. You know? That way I don't get called a shill for calling out dates or just being like, this is going to happen right here on this date. I mean, I literally drew lines indicating the price action I expected, right? I couldn't be any more obvious about the prediction. If you said it will happen, then it would be manipulation. There's no manipulation going on here. Q-Town Ronin. You guys, stop it. Stop saying the word manipulation. All right? We'll get in trouble. I don't need Gary Gensler coming to my house trying to spank me. It's just a thing people shout to. Like they like the stock going up. It's a exclamation of excitement. BCC's dropping after touching 40K. Didn't you predict that? What? Yeah. 185 end of day bullish. A lot of those MMs are trading shares from last week's options. Seem like literally no one else is trading the stock based on volume. Did you ever think about how much money you could earn from Ko-Fi tips if you were a girl and occasionally a grill and occasionally put some coals in the fire? No, I don't really care. You guys donate. I get donations. Everyone loves me. Shut up. Bull mayo. I don't know what it means either. Actually, I don't know about that, Imp. That one's on the fence. I think if anything, Dan's or inclusion gone wrong. Dan's are too inclusive, like a slime that you get like sucked up into, or the Borg, because you have to give up part of who you are to be one of them. Come join the slime mind. Can't wait for the Ken Griffin tweet with a geotag of the Wendy's parking lot. I can't wait to find out that Ken Griffin's middle name is Dan. Why would he shoot himself? He's still going to be rich when this is over. There will be no Dans for mod. Shut your mouths. Have you dropped your super secret DD yet? Nope. Oh, it's doing it. God, what a slow crawl down to 90. I hate it. Ooh. Dear Lord. Did you see that? MM's pausing buy-in because they're afraid to jump the bid ask $1. The fucking bid ask spread is $1 right now. Penny stock spread, yeah. It is. Like an illiquid penny stock with like all the owners have it locked up so they can pump and dump it from their strip mall office in New Jersey. I will tell you guys something, having researched some penny stocks in my day, and very odd number of them are located in New Jersey. I don't know why. Is there something more conducive to like New Jersey's corporate like architecture that makes it beneficial to open fraudulent penny stock companies there? Maybe somebody who's a lawyer in New Jersey could tell me. Everything's legal in New Jersey. Well, they jumped the bid ask. Now it's only 44 cents spread. Mafia. Left turns are illegal. My restaurant is in Jersey. Uh, have you ever thought about shutting down and open up somewhere better? I DM'd you a Sketcher Bowl for the stonk. Oh my god, that's fucking great. I can't find it. Wait, have you guys seen this? End of day pool. All right. Where did it go? Oh, I don't think you sent it as a PNG. Stock no likey that thing. All right, we'll get rid of it. It's kind of creepy. It's not fantastic image. Thank you for crazy. It's sank the stock back below 185. We're fine. We got just a little consolidation, guys. All right. Up, up, and away. Go BBY. Best Buy? Why are you rooting for Best Buy? Ape Elephant is your variant. I think it's time to bring in the bulls. I really do. Yes, Sim for Stick Boy. He's back. Look at them trying not to gap up. Well, the shorts saved their asses there with what appears to be 3 options contracts. What's the gap up? It's only 30 cents. God, the spread gets ridiculous. There's like almost a $3 spread in the 10 position. Look at that. Jesus Christ, man. If anybody buys this stock right now, it's going to moon. Thanks, Bastelli. I wasn't going to quit. I don't do that. $7 spread. It's $3 right here. I mean, this order book's not complete, but it's kind of absurd. How does the approach to the ramp look? Let's take a look. Kind of shitty till we hit 200. 190's solid though. Like there's enough OI at 190, and actually at 195 is not too bad either. Oh no, am I losing ground on this stupid fucking stock again? Stop it. It's taking so long for it to go down. Ugh. Looks bullish as hell. I'm gonna get out. I got us covered at 680. It's a liquidity crisis in my shorts. I got it locked down at 220, 200, 225, and 250. I'm still beta testing the software. I'm liking it a lot, actually. Curious still, Dan. Expect a sizable check from the Skechers ad department. Marketing team, I hope you guys are on that. Oh no. Hold on. That's beautiful. Belongs in the Louvre. What price point do you sell some to execute options? Like, how many shares do you want to sacrifice for the execution? As few as possible. So I have options at 20, 40, 45, 60, and 100. So ideally at 2,000, 4,000, 4,500, 6,000, and 10,000. Although these I may get rid of at like 5,000. 10,000 might be a little late to exercise those. And then these I'll probably just sell, like my 200s and like 220, 250s and 250s. Like I'll probably just sell those. You still testing the same software? Yeah. They haven't updated me on like if I can talk about it, or I know their servers like are pretty shitty. So I think they don't want too many users. What's the expiration on your calls? The ones I have right now are for the like, so my leaps are for end of August for the hundreds and October for the rest, and then my calls I have right now are for August 6th and I have 200s for the 13th, and then two 22250s and 250s for the 6th. How far into MOASS do you think options would still be bought? I mean, not that far in, right? Because it's going to be whatever the option spread is going into it. So, like, the contracts will go up to like 680, probably, depending on the date. Me too. And if I can't, and I just like have to sell them, that's fine. But I'd much rather exercise them. If I kill it on this current batch of options, I'm gonna put that towards exercising my $20 calls. Current spread is 77 cents. So one buy order at market puts it at 185. Had to transition to the 3 minute. What, Ollie? No, not the 13th. I don't have any calls for the 13th. Gary Gensler made a Twitter. I know. I heard about it earlier. Talk about strikes available for the 13th again, lack thereof. It's historically like one of the lowest volume weeks of the year. And the options will fill in, but they're not being like written in advance, right? So like you'll see the spread widen out a bit. As we approach that date. Or we should. Who knows? The stonk is down. It's not down. We don't care about the distraction stock. What distraction stock? $184.40. Yeah, refreshing didn't do anything. Oh, it dropped the price. Good job, Adam Joydoin. Joydoin. Joe Doin? I don't even know that name. Hmm. Is that the IT guy that became an overnight market expert on LinkedIn? Apparently. Could payday on Friday rip it? No. Jimmy doesn't have great Fridays. It's pronounced Joe Mama. Unfreshen it. It's too late. The damage is done. How much of the low volume is squeeze versus July is low volume? It's a combination of both factors, Kevin. Can you explain how low volume could be good? Wider bid ask spread and more volatility with volume. Providing liquidity incentives add more retail buy pressure, but is 2 times 50 cents equals $1 still. Yeah. Power cut off? What? No, my stream's up. It's fucking YouTube. Did you just get cores? Not yet. Unless Skechers came after me. Language, sir. No, not new low volume, I don't think. Well, it depends. We'll see where the day ends up. Remove the Sketcher shoes. I don't think so. You got to give them time in the market. You got to give the market time to factor them in. Thanks to the ad for Bowers. I didn't drop an ad. See, this is me dropping an ad. Current price action due to shorting. Eyebrow shows 5 shares available. Is there a way to estimate how many shares were used to cause the current dip? They didn't use shares. They used the options chain. It's shorting and price suppression. I mean, it's shorting used as price suppression. I don't know anything about indicators. Smooth as fuck, but checking. The past check them against reality. This channel has me jacked more than Super Sonics has. Awesome, chicken tender daddy. I'm glad. I'm jacked. You all should be too. Dude, let's drop his kicks into the stratosphere. Elliot Wave guy said this would happen. Which time? Do more ads to get more money to do more 0 DTE calls this Friday. Ooh, tempting. No. I like there's a button for me to drop ads, and I think I've clicked it all of 4 times since I started doing this stream. Where's the Skillshare pitch? They didn't offer me enough money. He said it 2 months ago? No, Raid Shadow Legends hasn't reached out to me. Monetize us. If you click the button constantly, you can buy tens of shares of GME. I'm in it for the long haul, though. I pay for YouTube. Do I get you money somehow? I think so. I get money from YouTube Premium. It's not a lot. I mean, I don't have that many subscribers, right? It's like it's not like a profitable YouTube channel. Like my current, I divided up my last month's like time spent versus YouTube earnings, and I'm currently sitting at around $6.70 an hour. That's not bad for just doing what I do any day anyway, right? Gee, man, 100 blocks to move the ask. That's collusion, Ryan Cohen. I can't do that. But offered, considering how many YouTubers I've seen promote them. It wasn't good. They have different levels. Like, if you have more subscribers, they offer you more money. It's better than minimum wage. It's not. Federal minimum wage is $6.25 an hour, or $7.25 an hour. That's 4 times the amount I get behind the Wendy's. I feel like just going to the Wendy's at that point. $6.70, Danionaire. That's just from like YouTube and ads and stuff. That doesn't count donations. That's like money from YouTube. Less than a Big Mac meal. Yeah. YouTube says I can't has cheeseburger. Quick, eat a bagel? What does that do? How the fuck does Coors make 200K a month? Like a much, much larger viewership. I have 7K subscribers. He has like 360,000, I think, or something like that. There's a big difference between those two as far as ad. Also, like his viewership daily is like 4-5 times mine, at least. Can we get you to do a duo with the Elliott Wave guy? No. Probably not. Yeah, the CPM on financial channels is supposed to be really high. I use ad blocker so no one makes money. Thanks, man. Oh, if I sold popcorn stocks, I'd be huge. But I was like, hey guys, let me tell you about AMC. But I don't want to do that. I'd rather just make my money on GameStop and have fun hanging out with you guys. I think he got banned from Twitter, and I don't know how else to contact him. I don't have an Instagram. Like, not really. He keeps getting banned because he keeps posting, like, copywritten material on his streams. Well, I tag AMC on my video because somebody has to tell them that they're being duped. It might as well be me, right? There are real life people that have come in here, watched this channel, sold their AMC, and bought GME. If that's not a net positive effect for the community, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing here. Whatever, I'm not a lawyer, DP. Win crying stream? Not yet. I'm saving my tears. Start shilling them cement companies. If you went on Fox News, would you wear the VWAP hat? Absolutely. I listened to you, and now I own the float. Seems like a new D&D set and it's super addicting. That sounds fun. Has a collab with Bazinga. Jesus. Man, he really went from 0 to shill in no time. Thanks, Curious Dildan. Oh. We're going to revert probably back to VWAP before bouncing. Today's really not the action day, you know? Favorite Michelin star chef? I really like Thomas Keller. Only because I've eaten at like 3 of his restaurants and it's been fantastic. I listened to Girk and now I'm my wife's boyfriend instead of Gregory. Yeah, I'm going to create a testimonials page for this channel. People can talk about favorite New York City restaurant. I don't know. Thoughts on getting branded? I mean, probably not fun for you, but you're a bull, so it's probably scary, right? No, I don't think vaping makes it harder to taste food. Smoking definitely does. Recently found out that my girlfriend worked for Bazinga 8 years ago. Now I think she's sus. Sounds like it's time to find a new girlfriend. You should. We can talk about how the stream has changed our lives. Favorite place to eat in London? There was like a chippery in Paddington that I really liked. It was delicious. I haven't been there since I was like a kid though. Yeah, hired by a guy that left to help win a Michelin star as a sous chef. That's cool. Rip Bourdain. I liked Anthony Bourdain. It was cool. Maybe that's what I'll do with my billions. Chippery? It's like they sell like fish and chips. If you're in London, go to the Chinese near Aldgate Station. Bring him back from the dead? No, I'll just travel the world and eat at restaurants and film myself shooting the shit with people. Chippy? Whatever. I'm not British. I was close enough. Fish and French fries or potato chips? I mean, so in England, potato chips are called crisps and French fries are called chips. How do you feel about Wolfgang Puck? Sellout. I prefer chippery. It sounds more fun. Gordon Ramsay, yes or no? The man can fucking cook. He might be an asshole and a reality television dildo, but the dude can cook like no one's business. Oh no, I can't read it. Random Skechers exec. Girks, thank you so much for all you do. I love watching your stream every day and learn so much from you. Speak the truth, brother Pickle. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let me bring that to the front. There we go. I've watched Kenji's show a few times. Even if you read Bourdain books, I highly recommend listening to some of his books as he did the reading. Yeah, I don't want to eat any bizarre foods though. That's the issue. I wouldn't do that. I'm not interested in eating a bunch of weird shit in third world countries. Yes, I know. Third world countries aren't a thing anymore. Is MOASS tomorrow? Someone on Super Stonks said squeezes start on Monday, but 1 out of 5 chance, right? Sure. Who said squeezes start on Monday? Have you ever tried making the grilled cheese sandwich from the movie Chef? No. What's my favorite food movie? I don't know. Yeah, they've moved on to different economic models for rating countries that are less well, probably racist. I looked back through the crashes since 1920, and they start on any day. I believe that most did not start on Mondays. No, most didn't start on Mondays, but the big ones did. A lot of the big ones started on Monday. That's where that bias comes from. Yeah, Black Monday. What's my personal floor? Undisclosed. What happened to the 400K out of the money expired puts? Doesn't seem to have any effect on the price action. No, not really. I did say that there was like a very good chance that they were volatility plays, like post squeeze volatility plays, right? But like Volkswagen squeeze took like quite a long time to reach its peak, right? Sausage Party was one of the worst movies I've ever seen. Ratatouille was amazing. HIPAA violation. Nope. Sausage Party was one of the stupidest fucking things that I've ever seen in my life. How dare I perish? Fuck you, you're wrong. I dare. cult classic. It's not even old enough to be a classic. It's just shit that people like stoners on the internet who love Seth Rogen are into. Now, pickle parties, those are dope. Thoughts on Evergrande, the second largest property developer in China, going insolvent? Interesting. Clearly, they pissed someone off in the party. You can't anger the party. Also, isn't China like the middle of a massive real estate bubble? Like they just built all kinds of property that no one wants to fucking live in. Kirk Gallez. Well, I hate Seth Rogen, so imagine how I feel, Dan Almighty. They were building mega cities that no one lived in like 1 year. Yeah, I know, like 1 year, yeah. Have you talked? Yeah, I talked about the daily MACD crossover like first thing this morning when it crossed over. It's old news now. Not another Dan. Actually, the most China's like middle class is far stronger than ours from an economic standpoint. They just don't want to live there. Favorite actor? That's tough. I can't answer that. There's too many. I would probably go back to an era when people could act. Can people successfully trade by chasing run-ups, or is it considered a net loss strategy? You can get lucky a lot before you lose, but yeah, it's generally considered a bad strategy. That's called scalping. It's even people that are very good at it don't have that high of a success rate. I said their middle class is stronger. There's a lot of people living under poverty in America. Abject poverty, as a matter of fact. DiCaprio's good. So is Daniel Day-Lewis. I don't like Sean Penn that much. He always looks too coked out. I can't take him seriously. Patrick Stewart's obviously amazing. I mean, our markets are global, right? So they're all interlinked in a way. I mean, George Carlin wasn't a good actor, but he was a funny guy. Billy Baldwin. Philip Seymour Hoffman was a great actor. Bale's all right. Benicio del Toro's a good actor. Ryan Reynolds is not a good actor. He's funny, but he's not a good actor. Gerard Butler. Paul Giamatti is a great actor. Keanu Reeves, also not a good actor. Great guy. Mads Mikkelsen's really good. And Robin Williams, yeah, but he's gone. Jason Statham, also not a good actor. Javier Bardem. He's I don't like him that much, but he's good, I guess. Kevin Spacey's a phenomenal actor. Awful person. Anthony Hopkins is great. Dwayne Johnson? Jesus. Guy here. Paul Rudd? Paul Rudd's awesome. I mean, he's always just Paul Rudd. He's just so goddamn likable. Christian Bale's alright. Once you realize what a pompous ass he is, though, and you go back and watch his movies, he always just comes off as a pompous ass. Highest paid doesn't mean best. Timothy Oliphant's great. Yeah, I hate Jake Gyllenhaal. He was good in like one movie. But he was in Prince of Persia, so it doesn't matter. Bro, what? For sure, just sharing. What about Val Kilmer? It depends on the movie, but sometimes Val Kilmer was phenomenal. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, probably his best role, and no one's ever seen it. Every time I'm like, "Have you ever seen this movie?" People are like, "No," and it's so good. Gilbert Godfrey. No, Nicolas Cage is not a good actor. He was once. He was actually pretty good in Tombstone too, yeah. And not a single Meryl Streep on this list. I mean, what the fuck? Just a bunch of dudes that really like dudes, I guess. Emma Watson and Anne Hathaway. I find both of them insufferable. I like Mila Kunis. Sigourney Weaver's amazing. Tiffany Amber Thiessen. Uma Thurman's a great actress. Margot Robbie was really good in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood, and she says nothing in the movie, but she plays the role like perfectly. Betty White, hell yeah. Wrong kind of acting, not Saculon. Jamie Lee Curtis is amazing. Also, Fish Called Wanda. If another movie, if you guys haven't seen it, go watch it. That movie is also phenomenal. Jennifer Connelly. Is that just because you think she's hot though? Like she's a good actress, but I feel like you're not saying it for that reason. No Tom Hanks love? I don't like him. I don't know. I don't hate him. He's one of the very few things in the world that I'm just neutral on. Peter Dinklage, yeah. Dave Bautista, I like him. I don't have a problem with him. Emily Blunt, I like her in some movies. There's been a few where she doesn't really come across as like I couldn't stand her in that remake of god damn it. I can't remember now. Mary Poppins. That was awful. As has been every Disney remake of a film they've already made. It was like Disney like took on the challenge of trying to make all their films live action and bad. You don't understand any of the other clues. Kate Winslet? And what? Isn't she just like Goldie Hawn's daughter? Kate Beckinsale? Sir Ian McKellen is amazing. The bias towards male actors is that lead roles are male centered. Generally, not always though. I can't believe fuck. Oh, hold on. I got a notification about options. Dear Lord. Somebody bought $800,000 in $300 puts? Right here. I know who Beckinsale is. I know who Kate Hudson is. Oh, Kate Hudson is. So who's Kate Winslet? Is she the one from Titanic? She's awful. I don't like her. Goldie Hawn, amazing. Spoonful of mayo helps the stock price go down. What about Nicole Kidman? How has nobody said Nicole Kidman? Kristen Stewart is not a good actress. Gwyneth Paltrow for her health tips. All right, enough of this. Pretentiousness is off-putting. But you don't say that about Kate Winslet? Shia LaBeouf. Uh, oh, crap. Get more users, the chat will become more and more unruly. It's already scrolling pretty fast. I know. But I'm on top of it, right? I feel like I am. Joaquin Phoenix is a good actor. There's movies I don't necessarily like him in, but for the most part, Helen Mirren's amazing. CX up 1.5%. I would say Peter O'Toole has to be somewhere on that list, and James Stewart and Cary Grant. All three of them. Audrey Hepburn. Like, sometimes I wonder when people say people are good actors if they've ever seen those people act. John Lithgow is actually an amazing actor. He's not in enough stuff, though. Harrison Ford's okay. Katharine Hepburn, see her pompousness is off-putting. Andrew Money's good at playing a date. John Malkovich is great. And I know he's not a good actor, but I like Bruce Willis. Yeah, we've already said Ian McKellen, obviously. Steve Carell's interesting. Charlie Kelly, actually a really good actor. So Bruce Willis because of Fifth Element, and also that movie he was in with John Malkovich, Red, I think it was called. That movie's awesome. Ewan McGregor's a good actor. I mean, I don't like Star Wars, but the rest of his stuff's okay. Dolph Lundgren. How do you know bad actors aren't doing it intentionally, therefore being fantastic actors? I mean, I'll say that. What the fuck is happening? MOASS? Do you guys see this? I'm not doing this. Okay, market closed. That was weird. All right, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. Closed at 183.86. All done for today. Tomorrow should be pretty interesting. Yep. Thank you guys so much. Have a great night. Ed Norton's amazing. Absolutely. Thank you all.